Okay, I hope this works. It's a little bit later than I wanted, but hey, we got it, right? That's the hope anyway. How are you guys doing? Hope you're doing well. So it is actually 2023 here, but I think for most of you it's still 2022. If you have any questions about the future, I can't answer them. So let me move this mic a little bit closer. I'm going to turn off the sound for a sec. Let's see. All right, hopefully that works. Just a little bit better. Audio's a bit low. Is that better now? Should I move the mic closer? Maybe. All right, how about that? Is that one good? It is 2023 here, John. 2023 at 5:11 in the morning. So I didn't get to bed until past midnight. Yesterday was a bit later than I wanted, so I took a sleeping pill. And, it's just a little hard to wake up. So that's that. How you doing, Devin? So you have no sound. That's okay, Ratsa. Welcome, Ratsa. All right. So do you guys have are you doing anything? I know Ratsa's busy right now, and that's why they don't have any sound to join us. But what about the rest of you guys? Do you usually do anything for New Year's? I did something because it's also sort of like a transition period for my roommate. So we did something, and yeah, it's a nice time. I kind of want to adjust my green screen thing, but I didn't want to take up more time to do it. So I'm just going to go ahead and try to take care of that now, just in case you want to use it for something later. But I'm not sure if we would. I totally forgot. What can we do? That's all right. Is it filters? It's filters. There it is. I think it looks okay. Yeah, I think so. Never mind. All right. Let's see. You fried oliebollen, qualified success. Let's all find out what oliebollen is together. Because I feel like I have never heard of that. But they look good from what I'm just seeing here. Let's go ahead and adjust this window capture, oliebollen, and turn this on. Move it around. There we go. Yeah, see, the green screen's not doing its thing. That's okay. We'll just pretend it is. How about that? We'll just pretend it is. It looks like some kind of... Here we go. Donuts. Looking good, though. Any Dutch donuts. Old-fashioned yeast. Oh, it's got apples in it. That sounds good. Egg, raisins. There's a lot of use of raisins I've noticed in Nordic cooking. So that sounds like a good time. Sounds good. All right. Well, good. I didn't attempt any cooking. I felt like no. Yep, shit about the headset thing. That's it, Ratsa. Which he can't hear me. I did buy a couple things to try. Speaking of donuts, so let's check it out. So these are going to be just our good friend Krispy Kreme. But this is now Year of the Rabbit. So, I don't know, do any of you guys follow zodiac stuff, astrology? I know with atheist channels, usually we're talking about, science and whatever, but, there are atheists that, as long as you're not believing in a God, that's kind of it. So there are definitely atheists that do follow astrology, so I was just curious if anybody did. All right, so here's what we got, and this is why we're trying it, because this top, I'm trying not to spill these donuts. So the top guy is carrot flavored, the middle guy is melon flavored, and this bottom one is rice flavored. So we'll see how that works. And then last night, so last year, I bought a McDonald's sandwich. This is supposed to be the Prosperity Burger. I don't know. It looked kind of like a McRib with a hash brown on it. So I'm not sure. I tried to throw it in the nuker for a second, but now it's already starting to get cold again. So I guess we'll try the one that looks the least offensive, which is going to be this carrot one here. I couldn't believe it's already Year of the Rabbit again. So I've already been in Korea for a long time. Damn. Let's try it out. Oh. I'm sure my face is not making it seem too good. I don't know. I just expected more of a carrot cake flavor. I'm getting more of a cinnamon flavor than anything. There are pieces, I don't know if you guys can see, and I'm trying to look too. There's like pieces of, what's it called? Carrots in there, but I don't know. You can kind of feel them as a texture. I should have, wow, I really thought I had napkins. Oh goodness. I'm just gonna wipe my hand on my pants and wash my pants later. Wunderbar. All right. We tried the melon one. I'm not a really big fan of melon. Is anybody else just not a fan? I don't know. People really seem to love watermelon and everything. Hi. Looks like the melon is triggering the green screen and the Krampus. Hi, Krampus. What do you think? He's smelling it. He hopefully won't eat it. Also, hopefully he won't knock anything over. This is the hard part about trying to film a video is Krampus thinks that he should help me out. So he's right here. I don't know, can you hear him? Do you hear that? On the, so I don't know if the mic's picking him up. Krampus, he's just not interested in speaking, which is okay. He is a bit loud. Let's give this a try. Not melon. So, I bought these donuts yesterday. I thought it'd be okay. This one already feels a bit stale. Otherwise, the taste is pretty nice. It's very mild melon. I really should have got some napkins. Yeah, pretty pleasant. I thought it was gonna be like have a cream. Krampus. Yeah, you like it, Krampus? You done? You good? He's inspecting them for me to make sure that they're safe. Yeah, is this safe? You sure? No, hey. He decided to taste one for safety. No, Krampus, that's not necessary. Come on. I don't want to touch him with my sticky hands. Krampus, please. All right, I'm going to try to move him. Forgive me if I touch the mic. Krampus, grab a lettuce. Come on. And now Choco is making noise. They're all making noise. This is it. Good morning, Mr. Wireless. 2017. Hope young you as well. Say hey, Bomani Badaseo. Happy New Year, Wounded Monk. NM. Sleeve works in a pinch. Yeah, exactly. Rice flavored rabbit. Not something I would touch myself. Don't worry. You don't have to. So this one is going to be a filled donut, and I'm just going to... Should we just destroy him? We're just going to destroy him, I guess. Because I don't want to just eat the donut. I don't know. I feel like the filling is what's going to taste like rice, but maybe that's how Krampus. This is not for cats. Cats do not eat these things. You're a cat. What are you eating out of here? Sugar? Is that what you really need? Is sugar? Krampus. Does it taste like rice? All right, let's get to that cream filling here. Krampus. Well, at least there's something interesting for rats on the video. Okay, okay. Here, let's just try this in the middle and get rid of Krampus. No, no Krampus. Oh, it feels sticky and it's falling, and I'm trying not to let Krampus eat it, but I also have to not let it spill all over me. I don't know. It just tastes like stale vanilla. It doesn't taste like rice. Great. Well, I don't need a napkin because Krampus can lick my fingers, right, Krampus? All right, sir. Krampus, please. Krampus. All right. Well, do you guys have any questions for Krampus while he's here? Because apparently he wants to be part of this live stream. Sir. I'm just going to do a finger licking thing. Look, these are clean fingers. I got rice flavored filling in my freaking hair. Krampus. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on. Krampus, let's go downstairs. Down there. All right. He made a noise to let me know he's not happy about that. Cantaloupe is about 1,000 times better than watermelon. You know what? I'm not a fan of like any melon at all. I don't know. It just tastes like, it tastes like the memory of a fruit. It's like if you go into an abandoned house and you go just exploring, and then there's a basement and you go check it out, and then you find this like thing that's like dried out, and you taste it because you're ridiculous, because you're me, and you're like, oh yeah, I guess this could have tasted good back, 45 years ago. That's what a melon tastes like to me. That's just, I just don't like it. It tastes like it should have been good. There an attempt was made. Nature had tried, but it just like forgot to send the flavor on time. That's just how I feel about it. Let me get this crap out of my hair. Do you think it's stale because it was a day old, or was it supposed to taste like that? That's the thing. Like, I know, the joke, haha, I bought it last year, but really I bought it, I don't know, less than 12 hours ago. Just about 12 hours ago, I guess. I wouldn't expect it to taste so stale so quickly. Because I've had, I'm sure everybody's had like a day-old yeast donut, and it's got a staleness to it, but this is more like a 2-day-old donut. Hello, Summer. Love watermelon. Yeah, I know I'm I'm an outlier here. Okay, let's see. That one heavily involved the cat. Yeah, no doubt. All right, this last one is this prosperity burger. I'll show you what it's supposed to look like. How about we do that? Let's see. Korea, Loteria, no, McDonald's. That's not Loteria. I was also going to try their curly fries. Does McDonald's make curly fries anywhere else? I saw it on the menu on the internet. So I thought, okay, let's try it, and it's not there. They also got rid of the fillet of fish. I thought the fillet of fish was going to do better in Korea. Apparently it did not. Prosperity burger. We'll give that a try. Oof, here's that brightness. Yeah, I'll just show you guys, I guess. There it is. Again, I don't know what's going on with this green screen. Let's try to fix it right now. I guess we'll just try. Chroma. Can we see it? No. The more we try, the worse it gets. That's as good as we're gonna do right now. I think it just has to do with the lighting. It's okay. Remember, it's 5 a.m. here. All right. So, this Prosperity Burger Gold and then Prosperity Burger Gold Special. That's the one that I got, is the Gold Special. If you guys are just curious what else is in Korea, let me readjust this window just a little bit, make it a little easier to see. Now, there, that should be good. All right. Yeah, the McShanghai Burger, Big Mac, McCrispy Classic. I think the only one that I haven't really seen, like in the U.S., besides the shrimp burger and the shrimp beef burger, where is it? The 1955 burger. So it's got, I don't know, which is weird because it's Eternal Original 1955 burger. Yeah, but they didn't look like that in 1955. You know what I mean? What's the special 1955 sauce were they using? This, I mean, this is not a burger that I don't think ever has existed, especially not when McDonald's first opened. Now, I could be wrong, but I haven't. So, yeah, let's check out what we got, though. In terms of our version that we got to take home, we have got our nice wrapper. I don't know if any of you guys are. So Prosperity Burger Gold Special. What does it say? Happy Burger. Okay. Like I said, I ran this in through the nuker because I wanted it to taste as magical as possible. All right, so here we've got our patty, the hash brown. So that makes it breakfast. It's okay. Mayonnaise and lettuce. I think that's it. Oh, and it looks like there's some kind of... Ooh, come on. Too much prosperity for that camera to focus on, I guess. Let's try the sauce first. I thought it would taste like barbecue. It's like a pepper sauce. So let's give it a try. I don't know. Do they put hash browns on burgers in any other place? Gosh, this is also getting kind of messy. I think that's something I really should have eaten fresh. Yes, Krampus, there's meat now. I mean, I'm understanding that this is more food for a cat, but yeah, I guess it is kind of the McRib. I think that's probably just what it is. The McRib plus a hash brown. It's all right. Wrap it up so Krampus doesn't get it. There he is. Come on, Krampus. Good. If you guys like cat butthole, that's what we have featured on today's live stream is cat butthole. Krampus, please. I had tried to leave the burger. I thought, no, I gotta put it in the fridge because I'm gonna come back and it's gonna be just all over the place because Krampus is gonna get to this damn burger. So I made sure to hide the burger from him, not for food safety purposes, but for Krampus safety purposes. That's all right. We can wash it down with a nice Coke for all American goodness. I don't know what he's doing. He's over here with the burger, but he's not smelling the burger. He's smelling around the burger. And that's all he's doing. Ackle, your thing was hidden. I'm going to unhide it. Cat butthole is beautiful. We have hash browns and some burgers in Australia. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad combination. I also like the beetroot. I think that's a good combination in Australia. The beetroot on the burger. Cracked open my last packet of soju. I think it's a good time. Good time to do that. Cat rule number 1, if I fit, I sit. He's just existing. I don't know if he's even sitting here. I did put a little box for them to just enjoy. Yeah, definitely. The burger is a safe space. I'm not even sure what that's supposed to mean, but Krampus definitely is invading whatever space that is. Do you want to, if you just want to be on the camera, there it is. Grab this. Yeah, all right. Everyone can see you. You can use this mic to talk. Okay? You have something to say? Are you embarrassed now? Look how shy he looks. He looks so shy. All right. I thought he was going to jump down, but instead he's on the armrest. He's refusing to get off. I'm going to nudge you, okay? I really thought he was going to jump off. Nope. He's just saying, hi, I'm still here. I'm joining the live stream. Cat repellent, no, butthole repellent. Let's see, have you heard of Gundaria? It's created by soldiers in the military. It is a burger with coleslaw and strawberry jam. No, but that is one criticism that I have about some of the Korean, I don't know, you know those like Instagram or TikTok content farms, I guess you can call them, where they just pump out a lot of, oh, here's how to make a food, right? And the food there's something excessive about it, or overly easy. You know, you take a bunch of simple foods and make something easy out of it, or you take a food and just like add something excessive to it, and so that's what makes it watchable. For some reason, the ones in Korea that try to make quote-unquote Western food, they always include adding strawberry jam, and I don't know why. And it reminds me of this, when I was first in Korea, my mentor teacher, so we have to do these things called English camps. They're not camp, and it's basically they don't want you to just have a vacation or to just do work, you know, prepping for the next semester. So in this break of a month between semesters, or 3 weeks between semesters, you're supposed to also teach English, but you're not supposed to teach English. You're just supposed to make it fun. And it's not a real class. It's just half a day. And the other half, you have to be doing desk work, but the first half, you have to be teaching these kids English, but not really teaching them, and just trying to make it fun and accessible to them. All right, fine. It's just busy work, and it's kind of a glorified, you know, people that say teaching is glorified babysitting, that's wrong. But English camp, in this case, I would say is kind of glorified babysitting. And that's kind of why they do it. A lot of parents just don't want to be around their kids, and they get upset that, oh, I got to be with my kid for 3 weeks, you know. Don't have them. Anyway, so we were doing some food thing, and the mentor teacher bought stuff to make ham and cheese sandwiches, but she also bought strawberry jam. And I said, so as she's putting it together, you know, that she's telling them, like, put bread, put cheese, put ham, put jam. And I told her, we don't put jam like on sandwiches for Westerners. So if we're trying to teach, you know, English, and we're trying to teach culture, I would not put the strawberry jam. And she said, yeah, but the kids like it. I said, okay, but, you know, this isn't like something that we would make. So can you let them know, at least let them know that we don't, like, this is not something that you could expect. Like, you know, if you grow up and you go to college, you know, in like the UK or something, don't put jam on a sandwich, you know, and serve it to your friend or whatever. And the mentor teacher said, yeah, we don't do this either. And that's the part that has confused me for years. Why did she put strawberry jam on a ham and cheese sandwich if she knew that we don't do that, and it's not something that Korean people do? And I've never found the answer to that. She was a bit of a, she had her own, I was going to say she had her own thought process, but I don't think there was thought involved. So she had her own process, question mark process. That's the only thing I can think of. But just this idea that let's put strawberry jam on a sandwich, even though we don't do it in Korea and you don't do it in the States, let's do it anyway. And then teach it to the kids as if it's normal. I still don't understand that one. Still don't get it. Ideas for making English fun. I think the most fun we had was we made it was for summer, and we made like an insect repellent. That was pretty cool. We made these, I don't know, we did a lot of projects at this one school, and I just remember one of them, we made jellyfish, which is really, it was a cool idea for kids. You get like a big plastic bottle, like a 2-liter bottle, empty, and you get some, how did we do it? Some kind of plastic, like a plastic bag for groceries. So not a plastic Ziploc bag, but like a plastic bag you would move groceries in. And then we cut off pieces of it, tied some string around it, inserted them into the bottle, and then added blue colored water into the bottle and just shook it up. And so when you shake it up, it kind of looks like these little jellyfish floating in there. That was fun. So we learned some words about the ocean and some animal words, and you can play different games, like a memory match type of game, or you can play just you flash like an image on the screen, and then these kids, like, they have these fly swatters, and they have to hit something, like there'll be a target for them to hit. And so if they know what the word is, then they hit the target to indicate they want to answer. So it's a lot of fun to do that. And you can have it where they rotate the students that are carrying the fly swatters, or that there's like a team leader and all the students in the team can shout to the leader. It turns very chaotic. And yeah, that can be a fun way. I'm sour. Okay. I mean, I know it's a joke on lemon, but like I don't get what makes me sour. Had her own particular ways, takes all sort of, and Mr. Wireless is saying, the ever kind Ms. Lemon phrasing her views of that teacher very kindly. Yeah, in order for me to explain the teacher, I have to discuss the teacher a lot, and I just don't want to. I just really, yeah. I will say it was, I lost faith in my mentor teacher very quickly. Yeah. Sometimes I just didn't know if she understood English or if she just didn't care. And if she didn't care, why was she so insistent about a thing? She wasn't rude about it. Like with the jam thing. She wasn't rude about it. It's just every time I said something, she just didn't care, and she just kept doing her way. But with a smile, as if she really had no idea why this was a strange thing to teach children when it's not part of either culture, but you're teaching it as if it is. And it never occurred to her why that would be unusual. Do you know what I mean? You're teaching children a cultural thing totally wrong, and you know you're wrong, and you just don't care. Why would you do that? It's almost like if I was teaching students how to make, like if I was teaching American students, for example, how to make some Korean food like kimbap, but then I put mayonnaise in it, or I put miso, like, which is a Japanese paste, and I put miso in it. And then if someone says, hey, that's not how they do it in Korea, is that how they do it in America? And I say, no. Okay, so why do you do that? I think people would like it. But then I never say anything. I never say, by the way, this is my personal edition because I like it. This is not, you would never find this in Korea. And I don't say that. I just teach them that kimbap is made with miso and mayonnaise. That's just such a weird, wouldn't that just be a weird thing? So, and again, you just don't know that thought process. Yeah. Greetings, Purple. Food tastes better in certain places, like hot dog in the baseball game. That's true. Similarly, Gooddaddy burger tastes better in the military, and people stop eating it after the service. Are they on military bases? I wonder. Just got here. Hello, hero. I haven't watched you in a long time. Hey, Zensei. Did you get a new camera? It sounds clear. This is a different mic, and I added what's that called? That protector that makes it so you don't hear the p-p-p. The plosive protector, I think is what it is. The camera itself, no, not new, but I got a green screen, which is fuzzy right now. It's not working the best, but maybe that's something. Hello, Mage. Still trying to do some house chores before you start drinking. Well, thank you for having us in the background while you do that. It's the mic then. It could be. I think it's just the cover on the mic, because I've had this mic for a while. Pop filter, is that what it is? Something like that. Basically, I tried to order one, and I ordered the biggest one I could off of this. It's sort of similar to Amazon. It's called Gmarket. So I ordered the biggest one I could, and it arrives, like the next day, because it's Korean. It's amazing. And I'm like, yes! And I open it up, and it can fit on my thumb. So I was just thinking, well, I need something to work in the meantime. So it's a winter sock. And then I just never got one. So just this winter sock. That's all. Covered in cat hair. And I guess the cat hair is providing more of the protection, that texture to break up the plosives. So it works. Look, I grew up with no money. Okay, if I can try to make something work, it doesn't have to be elegant. Oh man, my students are surprised at that. Like, if something's broken, I try to fix it. Like, one of the toilets got busted it was very minor, and so I fixed it. And some of the other teachers were like, "What?" And I said, "Well, if I fix it, we can use it right now. If we don't fix it, then we can't use this until we get a plumber, and then we have to pay the plumber for something that I could fix in less than 2 minutes." It was the same with there was a door came off of a locker, and so I saw it was, that some teacher brought it to me and said, "Hey, what do we do with this?" And I was like, "Oh, don't worry, I'll take care of it." And I just kind of looked at the door. It wasn't broken, it was just off. So I put it back. And I thought, okay. So I took it off again. And so for my next class, I said, "Everybody come outside." And I said, "Look at what happened." And I had the door, and I had this open locker. And then I just held out the door. I said, "Somebody fix it." And at first they were just surprised. What am I supposed to do? I said, "No, we're going to, I'm waiting until somebody fixes it. And then we can go back in the classroom." And they did, There's a couple students that were like, "All right, I'll take a crack at it." And the end, they fixed it. And I just want to teach them that I get that you guys have money, because a lot of my students are very, very well off. And I get that you have money. However, if we were to call someone, you can't use it until that person arrives, and you pay money, or you can fix it in 30 seconds. Which one makes more sense? So yeah, I understand you have money, but there's also something to be said about self-reliance. And a lot of these broken things can be fixed very easily. Just try it for a second. And I said, don't ever do it if it's electric. If it's electric, leave it alone. However, something mechanical, okay, give it a try. Make sure everything's off. There's no gears. Don't stick your fingers into any places you can't see. But other than that, yeah, just give it a try, going for that MacGyver engineering degree. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't that be a great degree? That would be a good one. That would be good. I did study engineering, civil engineering, and I don't know, I had a job as a drafter. I just hated it. It was just really boring, and it wasn't as hands-on as I wanted it to be. But I do remember we had this contest that we had to do it. It was for launching a pumpkin, but for accuracy, not for distance. So, being me, I filled up my pumpkins, after building the device, I filled them up with a red dyed, like some water, but it had red dye in it. So that way when the pumpkin hit, it would splatter blood everywhere. So it was, surprise. It was a good time though. Oh, speaking of pumpkin, so I bought this cheese, which is, it's not green, but it's setting off the green screen. And it says it's pumpkin, warm autumn spices. But there's no pumpkin in the ingredients, which is good because I'm actually allergic to pumpkin. But it's supposed to have a pumpkin spice mix of cinnamon, nutmeg, aniseed, cardamom, ginger, clove, and white pepper. So of course we're gonna try it. It sounded unpleasant, which is why I got it. Because I thought, all right, this sounds weird, but they were confident enough to release it. And I also don't have I don't have a knife, but I have a bobby pin, and that seemed to work. Okay. The cats are zooming around in the background, by the way. The bobby pin did cut it, but it didn't cut it lower than the seam. So let's try again. Otherwise, we're just using teeth. I'm not gonna use, I want to avoid using teeth just because I know it bothers some people, but I don't know why. Why does it bother? Are you bothered by people opening stuff with teeth? Yeah, we're gonna have to. And to me, this is very normal. Even open like a coconut with teeth. All right, so we can see this. It's got a bunch of pieces in it. Let's smell it. I mean, it smells like cheese. It's cheese. It just smells. Yeah, it smells like cheese and like a pumpkin pie. If a pumpkin pie was cheese, which is kind of what I want to try. Okay. 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 We're gonna buy some more of this. Okay. It tastes like if a pumpkin pie was made out of cheese. It was a good time. Not a cheesecake. It doesn't have that flavor. It's like a yellow cheese. And I mean, the brand is Beamster, but I don't know if this is the name of the cheese. But I've only seen this in Korea. I mean, maybe it's in the States now, and I haven't been there for so long. I really like their cheese, though. So I thought, well, yeah, I'll give it a try. That's good. If you can find it, I do recommend it. If you like pumpkin pie. There was a pumpkin spice Spam that would go perfect with that. Oh, that sounds good. Like a nice Spam and cheese sandwich with that. Oh, I could see that. Is that something available? Let's see. Let's do our window capture thingy. Small me again. There we go. And then pumpkin spice Spam. Okay. Looks like we can go to Walmart. Why are Americans obsessed with pumpkin spice? Fair question. Colony days or pumpkins were one of the only crops settlers could sustain, and so subconsciously pumpkin reminds us of our roots. Pumpkin flavor is what creates its allure because it's seasonal. I don't know. I mean, I like it, but I just can't. I used to make so many things with pumpkin. Pumpkin ravioli, pumpkin protein shakes, pumpkin smoothies. And then I developed an allergy. I'm very upset. If it was just an allergy that made me like itchy, I would still eat it. But my throat closes up and I have to go to the hospital. Let's see. Why does pumpkin spice arouse men? These are, Welcome, 2023. We're learning. Hirsch measured penile blood flow in 31 men as they smelled 46 different scents. That's a sentence. You guys, like, what have you ever had a sentence that you're like, I never thought I would say that? I'm trying to remember one that I had, but if you can remember one that you've got, that when you said it, you just thought, that sentence now exists in life. I never thought it would. That's such a, that's a phrase I never thought that I would see or hear, but I have just uttered it. Apparently smelling pumpkin pie increased penile blood flow, used as a measurement for male arousal, by 40%. Lavender increased it by the same percentage, but cheese pizza only increased it by 5%. Well, now you guys know. You don't have to buy Viagra, you just need to go buy a candle. The more you know. Wow. There, we're just going for what scents make guys hard, strong in bed. I like that, strong in bed, like how that's supposed to imply, sexual virility or, strength. But like, I don't think the two translate. Like, they're not, or sorry, I don't equate the two. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, just because more people are showing up to work doesn't mean the work gets done. That's as much as I'm gonna. We're just finished with this topic. The end. Pumpkin spice. We're done. Okay. Let's see. I'm basically addicted to lavender essential oil, but not for that reason. I mean, it's a good smell. Yeah, lavender. Apparently lavender, Yusuf. Apparently. Seen a pumpkin spice whiskey made in Canada. Blue Stilton is a favorite cheese of mine. Pumpkin spice cheese, maybe. I like I said, it's as if, I don't know how to describe the flavor of the cheese other than it's sort of like a medium cheddar mixed with a Gouda. So Gouda, has that kind of a creaminess to it, and then the medium cheddar has sort of a bite. So if you put the two concepts together, there's a good creaminess to it, and there's a good bite, but not overly pronounced, like for like a very aged kind of cheddar. It's not too sharp. So that kind of flavor as the base, and then imagine using that cheese to make a pumpkin pie. That's how it tastes. So it doesn't taste like cream cheese. It doesn't taste like pumpkin, but it tastes like, instead of using pumpkin puree, you use that cheese as the ingredient. That's really just exactly what it tastes like. It's really, I'm gonna have some more. I'm glad I let it sit out. Please eat your cheese at room temperature. That's why I let it sit out. Mm-hmm. It's a good time. I think things that make people happy can make them horny. I think so. I think there's, I'm sure there's some overlap there. I want a pumpkin spice latte now, or a pumpkin pie. That's making me want to eat. All right, Beamster, you hear that? My description and the things I'm associating with this have now encouraged people to want to purchase your product. So please contact me. Let me be sponsored by you. Coconut oil is a versatile product. However, I can't cook with it without remembering keeping it minor friendly. Oh, yes. I like the vagueness too. I think the vagueness is more fun. Staying power is probably the accurate expression. Okay. See, that I would say does have that euphemism makes sense. I would agree with that. I love the fact that no matter when I pop in one of your streams, I learn something immediately. You're welcome. We're an educational channel here. Modasumer, people buy things and change them however they want. I'm surprised by a number of variations of spicy chicken noodles. Food companies get ideas from customers. They do. Actually, I did finish a video with that. So Obyung, you guys on Patreon will be seeing it first, and then we'll be adding it. I wanted to post it Monday my time, just so I don't have because I posted a couple videos already, and I just wanted to give it a little space, you know. Let's see. I'm gonna grab my cola here. I really should have grabbed 2 of these. Children that are awake and here, do not imitate the amount of cola that I drink. I am really bad with that. Really bad with that. Gosh, I think the worst, I used to be very, I don't like to use the word addicted, colloquially addicted to Dr. Pepper, which unfortunately is very difficult to get here. Oh, but I have some. That's a nice New Year's thing, right? Let's go do it. Let me turn off the video for a second as I get up. Be back in 2 seconds. I'll turn the audio off just in case I don't know, step on Krampus in the dark. It won't happen, but you know. Okay, welcome back. Dr. Pepper, it's a good time. They have, I cracked it open with the sound off to hopefully not destroy any of your ears. They have regular Dr. Pepper in Korea, but they don't have diet Dr. Pepper in Korea. I am always surprised at the lack of diet options for foods, because, you know, you'd think with Korea being very focused on thinness, you'd think there would be more diet options. But yeah, so you have to order these, and they're kind of expensive. So it's like I get them maybe once a year around my birthday, and then I just don't drink them unless it's like a special thing, or if I'm really stressed out or something like that. Or if I remember my sister, I associate them with my sister for some reason. So if I remember my sister, then, and I'm feeling like really needing comfort, then I'll have a Dr. Pepper. So I don't know. That's so good. Happy New Year. I don't know. The cats are. So I think the cats were inspired by the pumpkin spice information we learned, because they're making the noises and the poses. I just really don't want you guys to have to hear my cats engaging in pumpkin spice activities. Colloquially addicted, yes. Yeah, I mean, again, we're an educational channel here, so I want to make sure we don't confuse that. Let's see. Cheese with an additional pumpkin pie taste. Yes, or pumpkin pie with a cheese taste. I mean, they really nailed it. They really did. Because, you know, I was expecting it just to be... The reason I thought maybe it's not going to taste very good is it just going to taste like cinnamon and cheese? But they really nailed it. Is pumpkin spice only an autumnal or winter thing, like cinnamon, nutmeg, and mulled wine? Or would having it on a hot summer evening be okay? For me, just as a person who loves pumpkin, I'm good with it either way. But I think most people do associate it with autumn and winter, especially because that's when they're in season. So a lot of squash comes into season in the autumn. I don't know. What do you guys think? And then for those of you that live outside of the US, is pumpkin spice a big thing? It's not in Korea, but I do believe they did start the pumpkin spice lattes, but I can't have them because they do have pumpkin in them. I have created an autumn spice, I call it, tea that can also be put into coffee. So that's kind of my workaround. It's made with cinnamon, clove, that star anise, and nutmeg. Cinnamon, clove, star anise, nutmeg. And yes, that's it. I don't think I put cardamom, but since cardamom is in here, I think I'm going to try adding that next time. Coffee and Diet Coke, just not together. Oh no, have you ever had it? There's like a coffee, there's like an espresso. Let me see if I can find it. It's like a coffee Coke. Coffee, not coffee Coke. C-O. Yeah. Let me see. Where's our window? Yeah, there it is. This thing is just not lending itself to being. There we go. Great. Yeah, it's there it is. I don't know, it's good. It doesn't taste like if you didn't know there was coffee in it, you might be reminded of coffee, but it just tastes more like a deeper flavor of Coke. Oh my gosh, it's Crook. Guys, give me a second. It's Crook. Crook. Crook baby. Just a second. Crook. Oh. He ran off. Crook never shows up for the live streams, but he is my number one son. He's the oldest cat, and anytime I feel a migraine, he knows, and he'll just snuggle up with me. He also communicates. So he was communicating that he's stressed out and he wants me to be next to him. That's why he started doing the scratching. He doesn't scratch like a cat normally scratches, where cats will just scratch something. You know, they just do it, or they do it when they're playful. Crook only scratches when he's stressed out. He does it for attention. And he also communicates. So because he wants attention, you might hear him meow. He really doesn't like drinking water from the cat water bowl. He likes drinking water running from the tap in the bathroom sink. And so he'll stand in front of the bathroom and then he'll make like a kind of sound. And that's how you know he needs water. So then you say, Crook Waters, and then he looks at you. He turns to go in the bathroom and looks back at you to make sure you're following him, and then you turn on the Crook Waters. That's how he is. So I was surprised to see him. Crook. Hang on, let me see. Crook baby. He's smarter than me. He knows that I'm trying to get him. Crook. Come on, baby. Not Krampus. Just give me a second. You guys gotta see Crook. He's a beautiful boy. Come on. Sorry guys, no Crook. He is, yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly. As soon as I picked him up too, he got really close to the bed. I picked him up and he just gripped the bed, like the bed sheet. And so then he couldn't, I wasn't about to fight with him. Crook Waters, my beautiful, beautiful Crook. Oh well. Oops. That's what I wanted. He's a good boy, but very difficult to get a hold of. Let's see. Diet soda is good. Yes, I definitely agree. Yeah, you tried these. Okay. Only seen those pumpkin spice in Starbucks, but you've resisted the temptation. For what purpose? For why have you done that? Hello, I'm going to say Zabek. Haven't tuned in for a long time. How have things been? They've been. It looks like some really cool boots in your profile pic. This is the first New Year's Day when Koreans don't get 1 year older, but most Koreans, or most talks Koreans have today is age related. I wonder what they say. I haven't heard it so far. The only thing that I've talked about related to age is one of my Korean friends lost 2 family members in a week. So that sucked. I got her some flowers for her family, but that's the only thing. So that's kind of all we've been talking about. I haven't wanted to talk about like age and stuff around her. But yeah, you're right. I guess they're not doing that anymore. Let's see. Cats are like that with injured people or peeps in pain. There is a belief among people that the cats will help against pain if you let them sleep on you. I'm not sure if it actually does anything. I think if a cat is sleeping on you and you feel safer because you have that weight on your chest, or it just feels nice, like you just like having the cat, I can say, maybe it'll improve your mood, which could translate to, there's some connection between mood and perception of pain. So it could be something like that. Why is he called Crook? His tail is crooked, so his full name is Crooked. He's got this kink at the end of his tail, so it just flops over. It's this, I don't know, the last, I guess they're vertebra, the last one or two vertebra in his tail. It's almost as if they're not connected as well. I don't know how to describe it. It's not kinked. It's not like there's a permanent kink in it. It's just if you have his tail and you kind of move it, the top part just flops over, and you move it again, the top part flops over. So that's why he's got a crooked tail. So I just shorten it to Crook. That's all. Some bubbly drinks are caffeinated and carbonated flavor. Oh yeah, somebody asked about the flavored or the sparkling water game out here in Korea. It's okay. Not a ton of flavors. I think there's 3 companies, like Seagram's, Trevi, and then there's some Korean company. There's other sparkling water, but those are the main ones. And there's lemon and lime flavor, lemon flavor and lime flavor, grapefruit, sometimes apple, and Trevi makes like a kumquat flavored. That's pretty much it. If we're talking about like sparkling water as a replacement for soda, there's nothing that really translates like that. Like I think there's, what's it called in the US? There's some brand that's really famous. These guys, something like this. Yeah, we don't have anything like this. Which, this ice, yeah, this sparkling ice kind of thing. We don't have this. There's Pellegrino, Perrier, I guess. But in terms of like, yeah, raspberry lime, I've seen LaCroix once in Korea. I haven't seen Schweppes, is that how you pronounce it? But all of these like other flavors, these peach and strawberry kiwi, black raspberry, we just don't have it. Yeah, like these lemon flavors, the lemonade flavors, all of that good stuff. So when I'm in the US, I just tend to buy a lot of this. And Diet Cherry Coke, we don't have Diet Cherry Coke here. We barely have cherry cola. Some places rarely will have cherry cola. I don't know why. I really like cherry cola. I really like Dr. Pepper. I guess there's some cherry flavoring in Dr. Pepper, so there's some overlap. But otherwise, yeah, it's not something we find here, which is really unfortunate. Let's see. I'm going to try to scroll down without this jumping. Sometimes the chat jumps down. May I use Crook as story inspiration? Sure. Starbucks gingerbread coffee is yummy. That's another thing we don't really have here is gingerbread. There's gingerbread shaped cookies. You would think ginger flavored cookies would be more popular in Korea. Just not. New Crook backstory. Yeah, he's interesting. My friend had found Crook playing near a highway. So there was just a sort of a main road where he lived kind of turned Like you could turn on it and it's a highway, not like a I don't know, difference between a highway and a freeway, but in one of those, it's a highway. So it just suddenly, there's a lot more speed and stuff. And so on this corner, he just found this stupid cat being stupid. So he rescues the cat, but he was leaving at the time. He was leaving Korea in like 2 or 3 weeks. And so he asked me, do you know anybody that wants a cat? I found this idiot playing too close to traffic, and I rescued him, but I'm leaving. And I said, let's do it. So that's how Crook came into my life. Oh, the friend that I was eating spider with, he's the one that rescued Crook. The boots are demonias. Yeah, I figured. They're just, they're a little hard to see, but I figured one of them looked like a chunky one. Like the buckles and steampunk aesthetic, but they don't ship them to where I live. That sucks. Dr. Pepper is like an illicit substance to my mom. I don't know what it is. It's just, because some people really don't care for it. I don't know why. I don't know what's not to love. Dr. Pepper, you can also sponsor me. Dr. Pepper and pumpkin spice cheese. These are the sponsors we want. I know a lot of atheists get sponsored by like NordVPN. I don't know how NordVPN finds all the atheist channels. But no, I've never been approached for sponsorship other than those places, the nonsense you get from Instagram, where you get some account that doesn't get used at all, and then it spams people like, hey, you should join this team. We're looking for new brand ambassadors, but there's only 6 slots left, so you better act now. Please don't reply to this DM, but instead go to our main page at blah, 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 and then send us a DM there or tag us and something. You know what I mean? I wonder if those are just like bot accounts, or if they're like, did somebody have their account like hacked into? A friend of mine did with that. Suddenly she was posting about Bitcoin nonsense. Those pyramid schemes that claimed to be about Bitcoin. And so all of us contacted her, and she had been locked out of her account. She couldn't get in. Oh yeah, that was another thing that happened in December twice. I was a victim of cybercrime, so that's exciting. In Korea, you have these customs codes. So if I want to buy something from like any place overseas and have it sent to Korea, I need a customs code associated with my name, phone number, email, and citizen number. So like for Americans, it's a social security number. So I have something like that. And then you get this customs code. So it basically says, like, if I was importing drugs, they know who's doing it, because my customs code is attached to my name. You can't just send it to some random place with a random name that doesn't exist. You have to send it to a person with a customs code. I've been using iHerb for a really long time, just to get stuff from, like supplements and vitamins and stuff. They don't really sell a lot of that in Korea, and if they do, it's really expensive. A lot of the protein powder is just loaded with sugar for some reason. I don't know who the target market is for that protein powder. And there was no problem with it. And then suddenly my account was suspended. And I looked at my email, and someone had put a bunch of like credits onto my account, like to, for money. So they didn't use my my credit card or anything. And it didn't cost anything, but they used my name and my customs code, and they had sent it to, they altered my phone number by 1 digit, so I couldn't get any updates from, what's it called? I couldn't get any updates from the shipping company. Because usually they'll give you updates from the shipping company. So it'll say like, hey, your package is going to be delivered today, whatever. So I didn't know the tracking number because it was in the iHerb account, but I couldn't access that. So I couldn't get the tracking number. So basically, I had to call the police just to let them know if drugs come into this country, like this, and it's attached to my name and my thing, like here's where it's supposed to go, because I got the address that it's supposed to be sent to. So I contacted iHerb, told them what happened, and left the account suspended and locked, whatever. And then it happened again in a week. I couldn't believe it. And I told them, I said, this, you guys need to do an internal investigation because my account was locked. On top of that, this was somebody's adding credits to the account so they don't have to use any credit card or anything to actually pay for it, including using my credit card to pay for it. So this is somebody who has access to user accounts that is authorized to add and remove website credits and is authorized to unlock locked accounts. And it was the same products that were being ordered. So any person perhaps in the warehouse that sees this product that, maybe they'll say, oh, I'll take it. And then they contact whoever, like, is this really lion's mane mushroom, or am I replacing it with something else, kind of thing. So I told them, this seems like it's an internal problem and please fix it. So I did end up making a new account, and my thing was now, and when I make the order and the order shipped, change my customs code. So I just change the digits to all the 0 after that, and it saves it in the account because you can't delete it. So now it's associated with no name, which is just XXX. So there's no name, and then the customs code doesn't work. So if anybody tries to do it, it doesn't work. For the second cybercrime thing, I ended up changing my customs code, which you can only do, I think, 3 times. And so when it does arrive in customs, now the code is not working. So they will hold it, hopefully open it, check it out, and then show up at the address where it was supposed to be shipped and catch who's doing it. So I don't know. It was just weird. It's one of those things where it's like, what's that phrase? It's like it happened twice, and that's not a lot of times, but it is weird that this happened twice. I forget how the phrase goes, but it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, okay, 2 times is not that many, but this thing to happen twice in a week when it never happened before, it was really unusual. Ooh, Iron Brew, that's a good time. I definitely bought accounts, yeah. I really hate those Hun accounts, right? But some of them look like it could be someone's account that they just haven't logged into for a long time. And I think those are the ones that get kind of targeted for just hacking, because they're available, they're established, but also probably no one's going to notice that they got, taken over. Because you'll see stuff in there there might be a bunch of pictures from, 2000, or not 2000, sorry, 2020 or 2021. And then they hadn't posted for a while. And those are the ones that tend to send it. Do you hear that? That's Crook. Let me check.
Crook? Baby.
He saw me and he ran. If I had a nickel, I know, right? Done all the right stuff, I'd be getting concerned. Yeah, I was mad. Yeah, I didn't lose any money, but girl, you trying to smuggle drugs in the country on my dime? That's not it. Somebody's buying pumpkin pie using your account. Yeah, exactly. That must be it. Gotta get him. I gotta get him. Did you hear that?
Crook?
Knock it off. That's all he wanted. He just wanted attention. Crook, come on. Crook, come on. He really, I don't know what his deal. He really wants me to go back to bed. I mean, I really want to go back to bed too, but he's just looking at me. I'm going to try to get him, but as soon as I move, he's going to run away. Just a sec. Oh, good baby. Uh-huh. Yeah, good waters. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Guys, I got him. Oh, shush. Okay. He's very upset. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. What do you see? What's here? Yeah, okay. There you go. Okay, sweetie. Hey, no, you don't want to get caught. There, that was it. I tried. He's feisty. But that's my beautiful crook. I love him so much. That's all right. He's my number one son. He knows that too. He's very jealous. My favorite picture I have of him is when I got another cat. And this cat was this pathetic, her name's Chloe, and she was just this pathetic, tiny kitten, just so tiny and scared of everything. She's I guess is the runt of the litter, which if you're not sure what that means, is just one of the kittens that's born, I guess just doesn't get enough nutrition or something in the womb, and so they're just extra small compared to the other ones. So even now she's like kitten sized, even though she's 6 or 7 years old now. And I'm trying to keep her calm. So I'm lying down on the bed, and there's just this pathetic lump of fur next to me, ears flat, just scared of life. And I'm just like, just petting her with like a little smile, like, okay, be calm. And behind me, I didn't know this until I saw the picture, behind me is Crook. And he was like sitting tall behind me, behind my head, and he has this look. He's got this look. His head is tilted. His eyes are pointed down, and he's just looking down at this kitten, just so jealous of this kitten. And I learned he would attack her. He would like swat at her, and this kitten would, cry out, and I'd always go tend to the kitten, and then Crook would get like scratching and get pissed off. And so I learned that if the kitten got swatted, I had to go to Crook and comfort Crook, because Crook was really sad and jealous and thought that this kitten had replaced him. And so I had to reassure him. Once I started doing that, and instead of trying to comfort the kitten, I had to comfort Crook, then he stopped attacking her. Then he was totally fine. Once he understood that my love for him will not diminish, then he was fine with the kitten. He just stopped completely. But it was see, he was so upset. Oh, this poor baby. Does he know when you're about to have a migraine attack? Might be letting you know ahead of time. He does sometimes. If he's being really cuddly, and I'm just like, just on the bed playing, some game or something, and he's being super cuddly, then most of the time I will get a migraine in about 10-15 minutes. So he does do that. If I had a nickel for every time this happened, thank you. I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's terrible that it happened twice. Thank you. That's what it was. Everyone like the video now if you haven't already. There's cats here, right? Cats can be some possessive critters. He is. Oh my goodness. He just is. I think Chunk. Yeah, Chunk's over there. He's on the box. These boxes. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm moving. And so there's all these boxes that are just here in the room. And when I've been trying to make videos, the cats are just, that's just when they decide, hey, this box will be a good time. So I think for the fire chicken noodles, I'm trying to, like, you can't re-record stuff, you know. That's the worst part about food videos, is you just cannot re-record them. If I've opened it up and tasted something, I want to give you my first impression. You know, I don't want to have to, I don't think it's authentic or genuine to taste the food, figure out how I want to describe it, and then record myself tasting it as if I tasted it for the first time. If I have tasted something already, then I want to let you know first. So I don't want you to think like, oh, this is my first impression of it. Yeah, I just don't. Anyway, so if I'm making one of those videos and I'm trying this food for the first time, and then suddenly my cats are just like going crazy on this cardboard box, it's just like, thanks guys, now I can't re-record this. Thank you. You know, now's the time. You can't get in the box anyway because you're standing on it. You can't get in because you're on top of it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So, you know, Krampus does that a lot. He'll stand on the box because it's closed, but it's not sealed. It's just closed. So he knows there's an opening he could get into, but he doesn't realize he can't open it because he's standing on it. So he's just really going hard trying to open the flap that he's standing on. Krampus. Bless you, Krampus. Where'd you go? Let me see if I can show you Coconut. She's Cocos. And then let me show you the pathetic. Let me see. It's a pathetic one is here. Chloe. She's a little skitty. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Yeah. All right. Great. So this is the little baby, my little fairy. She's so small, she fits in my pocket. You can see she's very non-threatening, pathetic little baby. But she's actually kind of a jerk. So she'll go up next to the cats, the other cats, and then get mad that they're next to her, so she'll attack them. And that's Krampus making noise. But yeah, she's so little. Such a bitty baby. There she is. Look at this bitty little baby. Oh. She will like to snuggle up with me when I'm trying to play games. So usually, well, she's okay. Sometimes. She'll come to me when I'm trying to sleep. She'll lay next to me. But 100% when I'm trying to play games, that's when she shows up to sit on my chest, blocking the game. Because I kind of sit on the bed, my knees are up, and then I play Pokemon Go on tablets, so I have these two tablets on, like, resting on my thighs, and then she'll just sit right on my chest. Great, now I can't see anything. Thank you. The pathetics one here. Yeah, exactly. That's it. What would be the Herald? Oh, that's what it is. Thank you, Krampus. Krampus? That was the Herald. No, I was thinking like, brow, 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 like something like that. So it's, yeah, but that's she's just little compared to the other ones. I think she's only like 2 kilos. And then compare that to Chunk, who's making a dent in the box, and he is 9 kilos. Yeah, he's big. Time was great, right? It sounds like Monty Python, but exactly. I'm just trying to think, like, yeah, Krampus has good timing. I'll give him that for sure. I think everybody sings to their cats. I don't know. Do you sing to dogs? We had dogs. I don't know if I ever sang to dogs, but I sing to cats. Crook's got his own song. So I sing to the cats. And then I can do that with Krampus. So I'll say, you sing part of a lyric, like part of a line, and then there's like a part that you leave out, and then Krampus will meow. And so that works. But I think this is one of those things that people don't care about unless they also have cats. Kind of like when parents talk about how their baby did this thing, and you're like, yeah, I bet that, yep, I'm sure that I would care if I had children. My mom sings to her dogs. There was one of these like Onion articles, the Onion cat. I forget the title. It was something like, oh yeah, cat furious at you for singing made-up song about her. I never read it, so let's read it together. All right. Cat furious at you for singing made-up song about her. In a story developing out of Chicago, your cat is reportedly furious following an incident in which you sang a little made-up song about her. The encounter started calmly enough, with your cat Penelope resting at the foot of your bed while you responded to emails. However, the mood soured when you began talking to her in the stream of consciousness style reserved for pets, and asking in a sing-songy voice, "Are you a cat or a baby?" Unfortunately, it appears Penelope's warning glares were insufficient to deter you, as you were already approaching the turning point from pet talk to full-on song. You are a whittle cat, and you're licking your feet. Your feet are made of candy. Cat's feet are nerd's rope, and I'm going to eat your face, you sang. At this point, Penelope let out a brief, low growl to indicate this disrespectful tune was really pissing her off, but you were on to the next verse before you could process her early reactions. Your fur is soft and your feet are small. You are so cute, I'm going to die, you continued. You like yarn and sleeping on radiator. You are not a dog. This really seemed to set Penelope off as she flattened her ears against her head and hissed directly at you with a fury in her eyes that suggested extreme and possibly irreparable offense. I don't get why she's so mad, you said. The song I was singing was ultimately very complimentary to her face and feet. Though Penelope cannot explicitly tell you what set her off, it is clear from the way she jumped from your bed, then took a few steps and sat facing the door so she doesn't have to look at you, that she's angry as hell. Cats are enigmatic and have a vast interiority, said feline veterinarian Dr. Shaquille Harris. There is no exact translation of what a cat is feeling, but Penelope seems to be insulted by the low-grade nonsense lyrics and uninspired tune of the song you made up about her. Well, that explains it. At press time, Penelope was still avoiding eye contact with you. Yeah. Crook's songs they're just about him. I think that's kind of how they are. You sing to Nala, your dog, she loves it. Okay, good. I think dogs would like the singing better. Crook, he's the pillow king. So he likes to sleep on the pillows and be the pillow king. And that's what I call him. And I call him Hello Pillow. And he's got all these nicknames. The other cats don't have as many nicknames, but Crook, he's definitely a character. Lately, their YouTube shorts parodying Reddit asks has been one of my favorite things. Same with Kunk BBC mockumentary. I don't know who Kunk is. Let's see. She is a treasure for sure. Her reaction to the nuclear weapons was legit. How she feels. Let me see. I always wonder too, how people hear about. I don't know. I'm always interested in like how these some of this user information spreads. Like, this is on Reductress. I thought it was on The Onion. Let's see, Kunk on Earth. Maybe I know her? Maybe. She looks familiar. Maybe I'm thinking she looks like somebody else. I think so. Is Philomena Kunk real? I mean, sometimes you gotta ask, I guess. For some people, they're not. But I feel like if we watched any of this, then it'll set off the, what's it called? I don't understand how come it's like when we watch something, this will set off like a, oh, you're using somebody else's material kind of, like copyright notification. And it just makes me wonder, how do other YouTubers do it? You know, I'll watch, like Owen, the Telltale Atheist, and I guess he just goes by Telltale. He'll play these clips of like Greg Locke, he'll play clips of news stuff, and he's just able to do it. But then we try to stream it, and it flags us. So I've tried doing stuff like no sound, talking over it a lot, because I thought that, you know, makes it transformative enough where it doesn't set off that copyright detector. But sometimes no, it just doesn't work. I remember we tried to watch Superbook, which I'm so sad. Let's see. I first saw the actress in Afterlife, and she was fantastic. What was that about? That sounds familiar. Like a modern version of Ali G. Okay. I think Reddit asks vids maybe the only thing that works better with text to speech voices. I agree. I've heard them by people, like one person, because I just couldn't stand it. The person was reading, but they couldn't, like they wanted to add their own reaction to it. I don't know if that necessarily works. Like we could do it. Let's here, I'll show you what I think makes sense to do it that way. Let me see. What am I doing? I got all these tabs open on the bottom. I have a hard time keeping track of stuff. There's not that many tabs. I just have a hard time keeping track. I feel like a very old person. Okay. So we're going to go to the YouTubes, and we're going to go to Reddit asks, let's do like paranormal. Those are fun. Creepiest, most popular stories. No. Catherine Beckner. No. Where's the ones that are just, they're just voices? Why are all these? Oh, she's got good style. Twisted Glam. I've never seen her before. I think the paranormal. Boy, she pops up a lot. Reddit aliens. Okay. Wait, this is a guy. Where are these? So I guess, yeah, if you're going to go into it expecting a voice, expecting a conversation, here, something like Update Studios, something like this. All right. So if you're going into it with, like, there's a human on the thumbnail, okay, fine, we're going to have an interaction. But if it's something like this, where, and this is how the person was reading it, let me see, just as an example. One night when I was maybe 10 or 12, I had trouble falling asleep. Gosh, who doesn't? Ha ha ha. Yeah, me, I have insomnia. Da, 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 da. My bedroom was the entire top floor of our house. Whoa, rich kid alert, with my bed and being on left side and storage closets, blah, 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 blah. I was lying in bed when I heard a noise from the other side of the room, and I see a rocking horse begin to rock. Oh, I bet that's the time when I would piss my bed, you know. So that's what I don't like, when they just keep you're trying to listen to the story and they're constantly inserting these little pieces because they think that's entertaining, but it's not entertaining. If you're having an interaction with the viewer, especially like on a live stream, and saying, reading it and then saying, okay, so how would you react? Or, oh, this reminds me of a time. To me, that makes more sense. But if you're just reading the Reddit submission and you feel like you have to keep inserting your quips, and I use that very loosely, in between all these sentences, no, I just don't care for that. And I accidentally had clicked on one, or it was on autoplay or something, and I couldn't click off of that fast enough. Oh man, I really hated that. Ricky Gervais. Okay, that is why it sounds familiar. Let's see. Some of those internet searches are weird. Have you ever checked to see if you're under one, like, is Lee Lemon alive? I haven't. I don't know. I wonder if we should. What are we going to find? Let's see. She's a well-known character. Forgot what the comedian's real name is, but she isn't a real person, right? I figured as much. I don't know what Akinator is. What is Akinator? I did try to sign up for Mastodon. Not Mammoth, Mastodon. I did sign up, and then I didn't do anything with it. So I'm not the best at social media. Especially when I get overwhelmed, especially like emotionally overwhelmed, I'm just a shutdown kind of person. So I'll just go dark for a week, a month. I just kind of shut down, because then I think to myself, okay, now I want to go back to social media. How am I going to do that? Oh, there's so many things I got to check. Not today, and I just keep putting it off. So I'm really bad about that. So let's check out one of these. Paranormal story. All right, paranormal. What made you believe? Because I always turn these on. I always turn these on and then I go to sleep. So I never get to really pay attention to these. And let's see. So this is for paranormal experiences that made skeptics change their minds. All right. Worked at a public pool. I would work alone after hours cleaning the building and the pool. One night around 2 a.m., I'm cleaning the changing rooms. The pool has been closed for about 4 hours at this time. I hear the sound of a child's laughter and bare feet running across the pool deck. I go out to scan the area. There's nobody in sight. All the doors are closed and locked. There is nowhere a kid could be hiding. No wet footprints on the pool deck, etc. I recheck the doors and the security monitors. I am the only person in the building. That definitely does sound chilling. The only explanation that I would jump to is just the quiet can sometimes produce auditory hallucinations. That's the only thing I can think of. For me, it's very annoying because I'll try to sleep and I'll hear. It's almost like somebody turned on talk radio. So when you tune in to a radio station and then imagine turning it up quickly. So you hear like the person's voice is talking and then it gets really loud. That's how it sounds. So I'll hear talking like that while I'm trying to sleep. Only while I'm trying to sleep. And it's usually again, it's imagine if you are sleeping, you're sleeping in a car on a long trip and then the driver does turn on talk radio like that. You're going to notice that there's a person's voice talking, but not necessarily recognize the words being said. And then you wake up and you're awake now and you hear, oh, the radio's on. That's what it's like. So I can hear it's talking, but it's not words. It's just, it's like it's in the other room and it's muffled, but it's loud. So for me, yeah, if I was at a public pool, 2 a.m., especially if I am feeling a little like, could somebody be here? Yeah, I feel like my own experience would definitely do that. But what about for you guys? Question 10, can your character speak Korean? Which character? Or I don't even know if that's towards me. Akinator has been around forever. It's a genie that catalogs personalities and characters through AI and machine learning with as few questions as possible. It's like 20 questions. Oh, interesting. Huh. I guess I don't know. Let's find out. How does this, I don't know how this works. Think about a real or fictional character. I'll try to guess it. Okay. Okay. Think of a real, okay. So how do we just press enter? How does this work? Do I have to turn off the ad block? Sure. Oh, I guess play. There it is. Okay. Characters, objects. I guess characters? I think the guy looks familiar. The guy does. Is your character a girl? Sure. Is your character an actor? I don't know. I'm a real person. The name's not. Let's just go with this. Is your character real? Does your character personally know you? I would say so. Does your character have kids? No, cats, definitely. Do you have the same parents as your character? Okay. Yes. Is your character linked with apples? Allergic to peaches? Yes. Does your character wear a black mask? No. Is your character a teenager? No. Is your character allergic to cats? Mildly. Yes, mildly. But it just gets bad in the spring and summer. Does your character have a sports car? I wish. 97. Oh, girl, thank you. There's the Korean one. No. Is your character vegetarian? Let's say don't know, because, you know, sometimes yes. Is your character as old as you are? Is your character a chess prodigy? Not exactly. Character associated with sleep? Oh, interesting. Obsession with ice cream? No. Eat people alive? That's a weird... Because, I mean, we're trying to guess, you know, how this is working. Like, with my... It's probably checking, you know, some of my history and cookies and whatever, right? So I've eaten live things, and I probably have said at some point I would taste human if I was offered, you know. Twin sister? No. Live in the United States? No. Does your character eat a lot? Yes. I think of you. That's true, but I mean, you already said, are you the character the same person? All right. Well, I guess you guys would have to do it. Maybe they would ask different questions. Yeah. But thank you. I mean, that question though is like, are you and your character the same age? You share parents and you don't have a twin. Yeah. Right. Eating people alive, really, there's no statute of limitations on murder. I'm not going to kill anybody. I'm just saying, if it came up, like I was visiting, traveling, and there was like, oh, this tribe is a cannibal tribe. They would like to share some of their food with you. I would be like, let's do it. Let's pumpkin spice cheese this up. Or if I had my hand like really badly burned, like super badly burned, like this is not going to be recoverable, you're losing your hand, I'd be like, all right, ambulance waiting. I would probably taste it. I just would. Let's see, that's what Akinator asked me, trying, if he knows you, yeah. Yeah, it is a genie. We finally got this. So it's not there if you have the ad block on. I saw a program online in which a South Korean film rejected a woman's animation work in an interview, saying it wasn't the right fit after seeing the lead and most of the characters are brown. I thought, gee, would you like to be more obvious about what this is really about? I will say there is a different perception in Korea about that. It's not so much... it's more like we want this to be marketable, and we don't think that's marketable because it's not what people expect. That's more the idea. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that's a good excuse. I'm just saying that's what it is. It's not like, oh, we don't like brown people, therefore we don't want these characters. It's more, we don't think this will reach a wide enough market. And I'll give you another example of this, because that's just the approach. If you try to buy shoes, sometimes I can't find my size because that's on the big side for the average woman. So I have to buy something online, for example. That's just how it is. It's like, okay, yeah, we understand your feet exist, but we're not going to stock this item in your size because we don't think that there's a big enough market to justify spending time, effort, and storage space on keeping stock of this item in your size. That's how it works. I do wonder too, for physical stuff, if that just has to do with physical space. But at the same time, Japan has so many flavors, like of poke. There's so many flavors of this, so many flavors of, Pringles and stuff. And I thought, okay, cool. There's so many flavors of this in Japan. There's so many flavors of similar types of items and snack items in the US. Korea's going to have the same. No, they just don't. They've expanded the flavors of pepero, but when I came here, it was like chocolate. And then around the pepero day, which is just a made-up holiday, they added like crushed almond, and then they just go back to chocolate. Now there's crushed almond, chocolate, cookies and cream, Crunky, which is sort of like a Nestle Crunch, and then some just random flavors that'll show up sometimes, like corn, orange, like Jeju orange, and that's kind of it compared to poke, which is, got what, 50 flavors. And so I just wonder about that. There's also not a lot of chance taking. There's not a ton of innovation that comes out of Korea just because there's not a lot of chance taking. There's not a lot of riskiness. So it's more of a, well, we know chocolate will sell. We don't know how well vanilla strawberry sells. We haven't seen anybody doing vanilla strawberry. We don't know how well that's going to sell, and we're not going to take a chance on it. We know that chocolate will sell, so we're going to sell chocolate. And that's just kind of the approach. So it's like, well, we don't know how marketable dark-skinned characters are going to be in Korea, but we do know that light-skinned characters are very marketable, so that's what we're going to produce. That's how it is. So it's not born out of a type of racial discrimination. It's a type of, we don't want to be the ones taking the risk on doing something that we're not sure how marketable it is. So that's not important to us. That's not to say that everybody feels that way. There are characters. Itaewon Class was a really good one, I think, because they had transgender characters. They had a black character, but everyone spoke English and assumed he spoke English, but he was actually half Korean, born in, I think, Ghana. So he spoke French, but he didn't speak English, but everyone just assumed, oh, you're black, you must be American and speak English, but he couldn't speak English. He could speak Korean fluently, but nobody would want to speak Korean to him because he was black. So it just kind of pointed out how ridiculous that assumption was. There's a whole world out there. Why would you assume this person who's black or who's white automatically is going to speak English? Actually just yesterday, somebody had held the door open for me, and I didn't notice that they weren't Korean. And so I said, thank you, in Korean. And my Korean friend said, oh, why did you say that? The person wasn't Korean. And I said, well, if I would have recognized that, because I was wearing my glasses, if I would have recognized that, I still would have said that, because what if they don't speak English? But that's the thing. It's just, it didn't occur to that person. Just because somebody's white doesn't automatically mean they speak English. Do you know what I mean? So it's still, yeah. So there are those challenges to how people think. But again, Itaewon Class is one that I can point to because that's one that I can point to. How often this happens, I don't know. Can't think of any other examples. So let's see. I'd eat long pig if it was ethically sourced. Yeah. What would be ethically sourced? Let's ask that question. What would be an ethically sourced human meat? How would you describe that? Let's see. Eating people alive. Remember, Lee, there's no, oh yeah, okay. It sounds like the AI-based 21 question sites. Yeah, I think that's similar to how Mage had described it. Grandpa Akhenaten is no more, but we have a ritual where we eat him and make him become one with us. Yeah, absolutely. That is a scenario. Yeah. Smells like pork roast. That's what I've heard, that humans taste like sweet pork. It'd be a cultural learning experience. Yeah, it would. It messes with your head when you smell it, no more so people whose mouths water. I would believe that. Like, oh, this sounds tasty, or this smells tasty, and then you're like, oh, it's because there was a fire and 3 people died. And then you're thinking, oh. I mean, I would feel sad because the people died. Kitties, no pumpkin spice. They're doing pumpkin spice activities in the corner. Thankfully, it's dark enough that he can't see everything. So we'll just give them their privacy. Yeah, I would still feel bad that the people died in a fire, but I don't know if I'd feel bad that I thought it smelled good. But, there's those people that they eat something and then they say, oh, this is delicious. What is it? And then you explain, oh, it's got, a food that's not, it's just maybe unusual for them, but not unusual, like squid. Oh, it's got squid and octopus. And they're like, oh, gross. Oh my God, it's got squid in it. So, well, you just said it was tasty. Now it's not tasty to you. So that's not a reaction that I have. So if I smell something that smells good, and it turns out that it's people, then I'll say, okay, well, that doesn't negate the fact that it smells good. I mean, tragedy, yes, but not tragically scented. Let's see. It was just so funny that guy really danced around it. Yeah, I mean, it's at the same time, you don't want to be looked at as a racist. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, nobody wants that. And it's kind of difficult, especially to explain that with that cultural difference. And I think Koreans are aware of that. Like if they say, yeah, there's got to be like an explanation for it. And I think a lot of people, when you're in your own culture, there's just that understanding that, yeah, that's what we mean. But when someone from another culture is there, you have to, like, how do I articulate what we all feel inherently? And we just accept this feeling and we all get it, but we've never had to articulate it before. How do I articulate this in a way that they're not going to think negatively of me? You know what I mean? And this is a big, cultural difference because, especially being from the States, you're so sensitive to racism. You're so sensitive to this idea that anything that sounds remotely similar, it makes your spikes come up. You're just like, nope, don't want to deal with this. This is racism. So it is kind of difficult to have that conversation. Yeah, for sure. Rocky Mountain oysters, that was the one that affected me when I had it. Goat testicles, they were crunchy but savory and not bad. Crunchy, really. I haven't had them. I would eat them. I've eaten milt, which is, I guess it's the semen sacs of a fish. Can we Google it? Hopefully. Oh, it's too bright. There we go, fish milt. Yeah, there it is. It looks kind of like, it looks like a brain, sort of. Yeah, it's nice. We eat fish eggs, and that's not weird, but this is suddenly is weird. I haven't had it as sushi. I don't think I've had it raw. I have had it just cooked in a fish egg stew called altang. So that's a good time. I recommend it. Brain is a lot more creamy, I would say. Yeah. Let's see. Taste is partly based on your expectations and mindset. That's sort of why I feel like in some cases you should maybe warn somebody if, hey, do you have a shellfish allergy? And they say no. All right, try this thing. What do you think? Oh, it's delicious. All right, cool. It's crickets. Like they know it tastes good. So it's kind of, that's the part that I don't get. You already know it tastes nice. You like it. So how come you don't like it now? Because I can understand if it's, like if it was one of my cats or if it was a family member, that would make me stop eating it because of the emotional connection. But I don't have an emotional connection to crickets. I could, that part I could get. Like, oh, it's horse. Oh no, I grew up around horses. I love horses. How dare you let me eat horse, That's so cruel. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I think a lot about why foods, like why people have a negative reaction to food, especially if they haven't eaten it. And especially if they did eat it and they do enjoy it. There was some, these videos get recommended to you on different social media sites, and one of them was a person eating octopus and like sea snails. It's good food. But a lot of people put these vomit emojis and, oh my God, what are they eating? Oh, it looks so gross. Oh, Chinese people eat anything. And I'm just thinking, I thought octopus was a pretty, like, if you live by the sea, you're probably going to eat octopus. Like, I thought that was such a, not a big deal, Even in European cultures like Greece and Italy and Spain, this is not an unusual food to consume. So I was just so surprised that some people were so negatively reacting to something that is just tasty and such a normal food around the world, The texture threw you off. Yeah, I could imagine that. Milt, the opposite of caviar. Maybe. I'll say there's almost no flavor to it, where I think caviar tastes more briny. Milt has almost no flavor. So it's just a nice texture to have in your stew, I want to eat some calf brain, maybe raw. I don't know about raw, but yeah. Fry up the egg sacs. That sounds good too. Offal is the good stuff nutrition-wise. I've heard it contributes to gout a lot, but I do enjoy that. Actually, I'm going to be making a video clearing out my odds and ends, like different foods and drinks that I purchased in 2022 with the intention to make a video, and I just never did. So I've got like some bugs. When I did that intestines video, I thought, don't I have just plain intestines? And I couldn't find it. I did have it. I just couldn't find it in my freezer, so I have that. I've also got this pasta. Gotta switch over to my camera to see if I'm showing it right. I think you cook it up the same way you would cook ramen, except it's supposed to be, what is it, mushroom? Yeah. It says like pasta with, and then mushroom, you can't barely read it down there. Mushrooms in English, interestingly. Oh, yeah. And then here it says mushroom cream. So, yeah. For one serving, 4 minutes. Yeah. One serving, 4-minute cook time. So, buon appetito, it also says. So, yeah, I just, thought to try it, but with what? So I think I'm just going to put all those odds and ends together and do it that way. Animal reminder disgust, or perhaps core disgust. I wonder where that disgust comes from, though. Like, again, for something like octopus, where it's a very commonly eaten food around the world in a lot of different cultures, where would that disgust come from if you've never experienced it? What would make it disgust as opposed to, oh, I wonder if that tastes good? Like when I was gonna eat spider, I thought, you have that reaction because you think a spider, it's really goopy, it's hairy because it's tarantula, oh, gross. But then I thought, well, a lot of people eat it. It can't taste terrible. That was my thought. Well, it can't taste terrible, and if I don't like it, then I just don't like it. So what? I'm not gonna die, I'm not gonna be put in the hospital. So if I taste it and I'm not a fan, then I'm just not a fan. The end, throw it away, whatever. So that was my thought, which is why, okay, great, here it is, just eat it. Even with the expired protein bars, the idea of me puking was part of the fun. So I took these giant bites of that nastiness. But again, it's just like, okay, what's the worst that's going to happen? It's going to taste bad. I'll just spit it out. I guess if you're the type of person who's got a very weak stomach and you're afraid of vomiting, like you're at a restaurant and you're afraid of just vomiting all over the table, that I do understand. But if you're not that kind of person, or if you're not even eating it, you just see it, what's going to make you want to do that? I was vegan, so their response was interesting to me. I think I missed that. I did miss a couple of these, actually. For me, it's a visceral, automatic reaction to unfamiliar foods, probably an evolutionary adaptation. I could understand that to berries or raw meat, I feel like. But something that's, let's say it's cooked. Oh, let me give you an example. Like this. It's a protein bar. It looks like a protein bar. It tastes like a protein bar. This I've had too, Chirps. They have chia seeds, so that's what these little black dots are. So, it looks like a corn chip, tastes like a corn chip. So something like this, and then if you eat it, or if you see it, and I tell you, okay, well, this corn chip, it's also made with cricket flour in addition to cornmeal, what would cause that visceral reaction? Because it's presented in a familiar way. You're not seeing the little eyes and legs and wings and stuff that might be off-putting. So that's where my curiosity is. Now, I do notice that my students are more willing to try something like this. They have eaten this. And if you are allergic to shellfish, do not eat bugs because they are related, which is the other thing. It's like, all right, well, you don't want to eat tarantula, but you will eat crab. You don't want to eat cockroaches, but you will eat lobster. So they're buddies, like they're cousins. You know what I mean? I don't know the exact direct biology terminology, but they are, they're related, and they taste very similar. That was the first thing I noticed, was that it tastes like the tarantula tastes like fried crab. So it was just, it's just really interesting. Not tragically scented, exactly. I think human tastes like what we eat, just like animals. I heard dead body smells like old kimchi before. That's what I've heard about cheonggukjang, that some people called it dead body soup. I think it smells like feet, personally. Just getting that brightness to back off. Fed my friend snails one time, and she loved them until I told her what it was. I did that to my niece and nephew. I gave them bondegi, and I told them this was land shrimp, and then I gave them snails and told them it was land clam, And then they ate it, and I said, what do you guys think? And they're like, oh, it's pretty good. And I said, okay. And then I told them what it really was. And so one of them went, oh. And the other one went, ugh, well, but it tasted good. That was their reaction. They recoiled and then immediately thought, well, actually, no, that was good. So, but I think part of it too is, how other people are responding. That's just like that social psychology thing, right? Where if I'm eating it and enjoying it, and your sibling is eating it and enjoying it, and then you have a negative reaction, but then you realize that there's two other people eating it and enjoying it, and you remember, I also enjoyed the taste until I found out what it was, it kind of normalizes it for you. But if you go to that example I gave before where the people were eating sea snail and octopus, and there's other people putting vomit emojis, so you feel like, well, yeah, I should put vomit emojis too. And some people escalate it to, oh, Chinese people eat everything. They're ghouls, So then that kind of adds to it, and it just sort of spirals away. Whereas if somebody kind of normalizes it, and somebody else says, yeah, I've had this before, it's really tasty, then a person who isn't familiar might say, well, it looks gross, but maybe it would taste okay. Or, oh, you've eaten this before, what did it taste like? Oh, it tastes like blah, blah, blah. Huh. Well, it's not something I normally would try, but I guess I would try it if it was presented to me, So now it makes it seem not as unusual, not as something we should reject. So that's, I do try to, not to trick my niece and nephew so much, but just to let them know it's like, it's food. It's not anything to be scared of. Let's see. Oh, and then it jumps down. I hate when that happens. So as I'm talking, when you guys are typing, it doesn't scroll down automatically if I scroll back up to read something. And so when I try to scroll down to see where I'm going to read next, it just jumps all the way to the bottom. Let's see. Okay. I've considered that maybe it was relatively safe if it's a young calf. The prions do worry me. They aren't easily cooked out. I don't think they are cooked out. But please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think they are cooked out, at least not for normal temperatures that you would cook beef. Maybe they can be cooked out at a much higher temperature, but I don't think that the beef cooking temperature, I don't think they get cooked out that way. Lee, remember that dream I told you about sheep and lambs on our farm eating people? One of them saying humans taste like chicken. Yeah, and then I had a dream where I had to eat people. That was, that dream was messed up, man. That was messed up. Like, I remember the taste and the texture and the visual, and it was raw, and the whole situation was very upsetting. Let's see. Surströmming, that's one I still want to get. I just want to, it's just hard to get it in Korea. That's all. Like, if you try to order it from some Swedish site, they try to charge you like $50 or something to ship it over here. That's ridiculous. Zensei says, I just roll my eyes at anyone who discriminates against specific meats. Flesh is flesh. That's something that I also don't understand. That if it's like, what makes it okay to eat this animal versus this other animal? It's just kind of cultural conditioning. Is that where I want to stop? It's, how do I want to phrase this? That's one of the things that sucks about doing live streams. It's like sometimes you do want to pause and just put your thoughts together. It's like, okay, I do accept and understand this is the culture I was raised in. Is that as far as I want to explore reality while I'm on this planet? That's kind of how I think about it. I get it. I was not raised to believe that dog is food meat. Is that as far as I'm going to take my culinary experience on this planet? And for some people, yes. For some people, no. But I feel like you should at least consider that. Do you know what I mean? If you're just going to say, oh, that's monstrous, and anybody that does that is a terrible person. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that there's people that do this in some other country. Those people are monsters, blah, blah, blah. That, I don't think includes a lot of thought. If you are going to think about it and say, there's plenty to eat, and I'm just not interested in eating dog. I have an emotional connection to dogs because of my culture. Fine. That makes sense. You put some thought into it. But what I don't like is that just immediate reaction of anger, hatred, and in some cases racism. That's the part that I don't like. It's just like, well, consider it. If it's not for you, it's not for you, but at least consider it. It's like when I let the students try those cricket chips, I tell them, I think it tastes good. You might not. I'm not telling you to like it. I'm asking you to taste it. If you don't like it, there's napkins. You can spit it into the napkin, go get a drink of water. But I like it. It tastes like this, in my opinion. And again, I'm not asking you to like it. I'm asking you to taste it, An advantage to veganism is that your universal excuse to avoid most icky foods. I guess, but that's the thing is, do I want that? Do I need an excuse, Have you eaten shark fin soup? Meat's not eaten in the U.S. Shark I have, and I ate that in the U.S. I also I didn't eat shark. I ate whale. I ate whale sashimi in Korea. It wasn't good. I think it was just how it was. I think it was just sitting out a little bit too long. But I did have cooked whale in Norway. It was very tasty. Cooked seal, I also had in Norway. Very tasty. Very lean, too. Shark fin, I haven't eaten that. And that's one I don't know if I would want to eat, because to me the industry is just too cruel for me to eat, like, cartilage. I don't know. If I'm going to eat cartilage, I can eat a pig ear. That's kind of how I see it. It's sort of like with dog. It tastes like inferior goat. So if I'm going to eat something that tastes like goat, I'll just eat goat. You know what I mean? Yeah, so that's, as far as meat's not eaten very much in the U.S. I had raw beef liver. There was a restaurant that owned like a cattle ranch in Korea, so I did get to eat raw beef liver. And I was not a fan of liver, but I wanted to be polite. So as I was being polite, they thought I liked it. And so I didn't know at the time, when you got a side dish in Korea and you finished it, you could just order more. Like, it's just unlimited free refills. And so after I finished the raw beef liver side dish, I was asked, oh, did you like this? And I was like, oh yes, it was very good. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm glad it's gone, because I just don't like liver in general, and didn't anyway. I kind of developed a taste for it after that. And they said, oh, they got more. Here you go. And I just thought, thanks. So it was a little, I'm going to say slimy, slippery. That's probably the worst part of it. It was just a little bit difficult to eat. I would say that kind of, how do you describe liver to somebody who never ate it? It's a creaminess that you do not expect with something that looks like a steak, because it looks like steak when it's cooked. And just to save money, sometimes my mom would make I don't know if you guys know what that is. Chop suey, not the System of a Down song. It's kind of like a stir fry with vegetables and meat. So she would make that, but we didn't always have a lot of money, so sometimes she had to use liver. And she told us it was velvet steak, and visually it looks like steak, but when you taste it, it tastes very creamy, and it also tastes very like iron. Like if you eat blood, there's that iron twinge. It's like a tang to it, that kind of metallic flavor. That's, I would say, a really pronounced flavor in liver. When it's raw, it's not that creamy in a really unexpected way. You expect there's some lack of firmness to it because it's raw. And in that sense, it was nice. It was almost like a really firm gelatin dessert, like a jello, like a really firm jello. And that ironness isn't as strong. So as I was eating it, I kind of developed a taste for it. The other thing is you dip it in sesame oil, and this was like really good sesame oil. So it created a really pleasant, contrast in flavors. Just the hardest part of it was picking it up with chopsticks, but I would say it would be somewhat difficult to even pick up with a fork. I think if I were to eat it again, I'd try to scoop up the cubes with a spoon more than anything. But yeah, I think raw liver is probably something unusual for Westerners. Intestines, I know that like something like menudo in Central and South America, that's more common. And I've eaten tripe before. But Koreans don't eat beef tongue, which I thought was interesting. So I was like, oh, I had asked about that, or beef heart, and they don't eat it. They thought it was, oh, gross, oh, disgusting, beef tongue, ugh, why would you eat tongue? And I just thought, wow, that's how people react to some of the food that is found in Korea traditionally. Yeah. I think for Koreans reacting to Western food, I don't know if there's anything that looked really gross necessarily. Excessive, yes, but I think there's an appreciation for the excessive in Korea, I think. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything necessarily gross. Maybe. I'm still trying to think. Maybe some game meat might be off-putting. And then like in the UK, stuff like brain and kidney pie, steak and kidney pie, and pigeon. I think those might be considered like, oh, it's a little unusual. Let's see. I had haggis today. Oh, good. That's a good time. Yeah, let me see. I know I did a video on haggis. Let me see if I can find it. I'm sure, I know I did. It tasted like Christmas. That's what I remember. Haggis. Yeah. Oh, gosh, this was ancient. Yeah, let me link you. Actually, I don't know if I said any bad words in it, so I don't want to make it public just yet, but it's unlisted, so you should be able to click on it and go. Let's see. If I had the chance to hang out with Lee, I'd try almost any food just to say I had this with Lee. We hung up campfire stories. Right. I mean, that's where the other fun comes in. It's just like, okay, I've tried it, I've done it, I've had that experience. Let's see. Yeah, you don't want to. Let's see. You had a friend. 2 aunts die of, I think the CJD is Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. Is it Jakob or Jacob? One in the UK, one in Iran. They don't know each other, and they were both vegetarian. Oh, very interesting. Disgust is often inherited from cultural influences. I would say so. I agree with that. But my question was about the idea that it's disgust inherent to evolution. But disgust as a cultural influence? Oh, yeah, totally. Full fish or the fillets. Fillets are probably best. For what? Fermented fish. Oh, okay. I got you. Let's see. Speaking of haggis, does the name, I'm guessing it fermenta, come from fermenting? That's a good question. I remember reacting negatively to food versus non-food. So to me, deer wasn't food, interestingly. Most people have rules they don't know that they abide by. I don't know when like deer is kind of a rare delicacy, culturally for me, like ethnically culturally. So yeah, we had it raw. Actually, Mage, I mentioned in that dish to have it raw if you know it's safe. And you do it sort of like, I guess most people know ceviche, where you add a lot of lemon juice or lime juice to, I guess with ceviche it's shrimp. And then it kind of cooks it. So it's like that. So you add a lot of lemon and lime juice to the raw venison. And, yeah, it's a good time. Only taboo I have is dog. I realize it's not technically different, but it's on a personal level. Yeah, absolutely. You know, especially if you grew up around dogs, you have a very strong connection to dogs. For me, that's the one where there would be hesitation is cat, because as I eat it, I know I would only think of my cats, and I don't know if I could necessarily do that, which is weird. It's like I could eat a person and not worry about all the people in my life, but a cat, I don't know. There's Chunk being chunky. Let's see. That chip is definitely more palatable sounding than cricket-looking crickets. That's true, but the cricket-looking crickets, those are good, and I have them. I'm gonna make my students try them too. And I also got mealworms, which I've never gotten to try, so I'm very excited to try them. I heard they taste like almonds. Is that right? Okay, Wireless says, I've eaten crickets and mealworm. Did the mealworms taste like almonds to you? I thought the crickets tasted kind of like little, like popcorn chicken, like those little pieces of fried chicken. Neeps and tatties. Yes, I did have my haggis with neeps and tatties. Thankfully, the Airbnb Scottish lady I was staying with, yeah. Yeah, Scottish food, I think it was really good. I've had snails. They're nice. With enough garlic butter, they taste like garlic butter. That's true. Let's see. Jump down again. Sorry, guys. That reminds me of one of the annoyances of becoming worldly and sophisticated, quote unquote. You need to learn the ways to eat a bunch of new foods, and it's kind of embarrassing to ask how to do it, such as how to handle legs on a shrimp, lobster, crawfish, what to do with the fish served whole, how to eat various birds, or things you're supposed to cut yourself. That reminds me when I came to Korea I was with like a government program, so there's a bunch of teachers, and we had to keep gathering together. So they gave us this, I don't know, some kind of buffet, and they had shrimp, but the shrimp was whole. And some of these people had never seen a whole shrimp. They were asking, what is it? They thought they were insects. They were very disgusted by them. They didn't know how to eat them. Some people knew it was shrimp, but they've never peeled a shrimp. And that was just, yeah. So I can understand maybe never having peeled a shrimp, but not knowing what a shrimp looks like. Like, haven't you ever, as you're eating, haven't you ever thought, I wonder what this looks like whole? You know what I mean? Like in the wild, what would this look like? And not just with meats. Like, imagine an egg. Imagine that you've never seen an egg. You've only seen the egg served to you out of the shell as food. Imagine like never thinking, what does this look like naturally? Like, how does this look in nature? I guess some people just they're just not interested. But to me, I have a hard time comprehending that, because I ask way too much about everything. Like when I'm at the dentist, I don't really care for the sounds and stuff at the dentist. They're pretty off-putting to me. So I will ask the dentist, can you put a mirror so I can see what you're doing and then tell me what you're doing? And I'm not going to be a dentist. I don't know I don't know what some of these words mean and stuff. But I'm just curious, what are you doing in there? Can you tell me? And it helps kind of calm me down. It's like, okay, this is a learning experience, even though it's painful or it's like cringe inducing with some of those sounds, like the drills and stuff. So if it's in the context of education, it just makes it more palatable for me. I don't know. So I always just ask. Can't be cooked out. Has to be over 900 for a sustained period. Is that F or C? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter who's going to cook their meat like that, right? I'm glad that some people don't like octopus. We need to keep the price manageable. If Chinese people start eating avocado, the already expensive vegetable won't be affordable. Yeah, it's that is one. I mean, that's kind of an expensive fruit. The cheapest I found it was like 990 won, which is about, I don't know, 75 cents US, and that was a good time. So Stroman costs $50 to ship here too. Surprised it's not more. Why is it so expensive? It's just a can. Like, I guess you don't want the can to leak, but it's just a can, Insects are hexapods, thank you. Spiders are arachnids. Seafoods are crustaceans. They're all classified under arthropods, thank you. So what is the group? Is the group just called a group? Is it called a family? A clade? I'm not very good with that kind of biology. Octopus is too smart of an animal for me to eat. See, I can understand that. But then where do you draw the line? Because like where is, like, pigs are really smart. Do you eat pork or do you not eat pork for the same reason, that it's an intelligent animal? I have can of canned sea lion. I found, oh my gosh, you gotta make a video of canned sea lion. Oh my goodness. I wonder what that would taste like. Raw liver appetizers, yeah, for sure. Let's see. With any of the organs, especially liver, I wonder what happened to the rest of the animal. At this place, because it was a beef restaurant, and they cooked it. This was more of, we didn't buy our beef to cook it. We have cattle. And so they sold just like other things. The beef, the raw liver was just like an appetizer or a side dish. But I think you could order other stuff. Because I went to another place. This is when I was living in the countryside in Korea. There was a place that was similar. It was a pork restaurant, and they owned a pig ranch or a pig farm, and they had sundae, which is a blood sausage made with pig blood, and it's classically stuffed into pig intestines, but a lot of people use like another type of casing, or a commercial intestinal casing, which is really, really thin. Not a big fan, but there's like thick, intestinal casings. Those are really good. But they would just put other stuff on the menu sometimes. Like there was uterus, which, let me see, I got that video too. Uterus. Yes. What do you mean, what changes? Let's just change. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I'll link you guys to the uterus video. That was, if you don't want to watch the video, or you forget to watch the video, there wasn't really a flavor. You did dip it into, you dipped it also into sesame oil, just like the raw octopus and also the raw liver. You dip it into that. But this, there's like the thumbnail that it just, it gives you 3 sample thumbnails just based on stills of your video. And I'm like holding chopsticks, and I'm doing this with my hands, and I'm sure I'm describing the texture. The texture was like a kind of a really firm marshmallow. There was a softness and a bounciness, but it also broke up. It wasn't overly chewy. That was the interesting part. So it wasn't similar to intestines. Intestines are very chewy. It was more similar to like a tough marshmallow. It broke down but there was a bounce to it and almost no flavor. I was really surprised. It had pretty much no flavor. So this is the uterus video. But yeah, so these places that own the farm, you know, sometimes they'll put some interesting stuff. Yeah. Outbreak Live joins us by saying Outbreak Live. Okay, everyone just say your own username. Do they have the organs and ship the rest to richer countries? I mean, why would you not eat the meat? Do you eat the meat? You know, Koreans eat beef too, but they also eat other parts of it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know why they would export it. And I mean, Korea's up there. They're what, like number 11 on the world economies or something. They're pretty up there. Jello Jiggler's never gonna be the same again. Ooh, you should make Jello, but with blood. Like cherry. Yeah, cherry would be a good flavor. I think just that would work. Now you're gonna do it, aren't you, Mage? You have to. Have I had haggis, blood pudding, blood sausage? I don't know anything about this. Yes! Let's see, haggis. I think I posted the haggis link already. Did I? I did. Yes, haggis. Blood. There's Korean blood sausage. Maybe black pudding. Horse jerky. Black pork jerky. What else is it called? I think in the haggis video I also had the black pudding. Very, very different from the Korean sundae just because of the spices used. The binder is oats, as far as I understand, oats and or barley. But for Korean, it's like glass noodles. They're made out of sweet potato. And it's served steamed, and it's like in a sausage shape and also about the same size as like a large sausage, like a large bratwurst. Whereas the blood pudding, it was pretty big. It's about that big, and it's sliced. There's not really a casing on it, and then you fry it. You pan fry it, so the outside's quite crispy. And yeah, just it's like you wouldn't realize they had the same main ingredient because they're so different in taste and texture. That's how I would describe it. They're totally. I would not say you could compare them. Like, you can't say, oh, which one tastes better. They're so different that it's like, what mood are you in? You know, are you in the mood for eating it in this format with this flavor, or eating it in the other format with the other flavor? I don't think they're something you can compare. Did I send you haggis at one point? I think you may have. I know I had it in Scotland, though. I did have it in Scotland. Love my is it lengua or lenguya? I never took Spanish. But yeah, the tacos are so good. The tongue tacos. See you later, Devin. Have a good one. Let's see. Haggis tastes like Christmas. It did, yeah. That was that's all I could think of to say. It just had those like really nice kind of spices that you would associate with like a roast on Christmas. I don't know. It was good. You clicked and it's private. It's still private? Can you... It says unlisted. Let me know if that happened again, and then maybe you guys already did. And then if it did, I'll just make them public. I ate human. No, I haven't. In high school, I quit A&P because we had to dissect a cat. I fell apart more and more by the day and the assignment. Oh, for sure. And then what's the purpose of dissecting? I mean, even any animal, you know, what's the purpose of doing that? Like, I can understand having to do that if you're a veterinary student, right? But for what purpose does a 10th grade biology student, you know, what's the purpose of having what could be a biohazard and slicing it open, you know, ignoring the cruelty and everything? Like, what's the purpose? To me, it just sounds like, as a teacher, from a teacher's perspective, it just sounds like kind of a nightmare. You got to ask the school for the money to order these. You got to make sure everything's prepped a certain way. All the students are following the rules the right way. They don't, play with it, drop it. There's no pieces somebody forgot. Somebody might stuff it in a desk as a joke to make it stink later. A student might want to taste it, but it's not realizing it's preserved with formaldehyde and they're going to get sick. It just sounds like a nightmare. I can't even trust the students to clean up if they're eating a cookie in the class. And I'm talking my 10th graders. There's crumbs, there's plastic trash. I can't even trust them to throw that away. But I got to trust them to sanitize a desk, I don't know. I just feel like, yeah, no. Let's see. Black pudding, one of my favorites. Really nice. Glad I had eaten it many times before I found out what it is. I'm older, but it wouldn't trouble me either way. No comment was blocked that I saw, Mage. I would have loved to have been traveling the world and eating my way around it by this stage in life. Yeah, right. The smell of drilling a tooth or bone. Oh, that smell. Ugh. I don't think they're allowed to put surstrumming on an airplane. It might influence the shipping costs. Wouldn't it be cheaper? Isn't it cheaper to ship it by boat? It does trouble me that pigs are so smart and usually kept so badly. I do eat it, though, a tasty bugger. Okay, here's a question. If you could get comparable taste, texture, and price, would you switch to vegetarian meat? That's just a question. I had posed that question to my students. Because we were talking about just like pollution and how conventional animal farming, like the CAFOs and stuff, how that contributes to, and just the water usage and the water pollution and stuff that happens. So we talk about it in the geography class just because we have to talk about the environment. And I had asked them just like stages, like how many of you would right now go vegetarian, and if not, why not? And so for some of the students, I'm not sure my parents would let me. That was the main answer. But for other students, like I'm not sure about the taste. And so we asked that if the taste was similar and the texture was similar, what about then? Oh, well, I feel like it would be more expensive. Okay, so if the taste, the texture, and the price were similar, would you? Well, I don't know. Like if I'm trying to order this food, they don't have a vegetarian option. Okay, so if the taste, the texture, the price is the same, and every restaurant offered an equivalent item, like you have, 500 grams of fried chicken versus 500 grams of fried vegetarian chicken, and it tastes similar, the texture is similar, the price is the same, would you try it? And most of the students said yes, and some of them still said no. They said, I wouldn't try it because when I want to order chicken, I want to order chicken, and I don't know if I would trust that this does taste the same. All right. So if you order the fried chicken, but it comes with a free sample of the vegetarian chicken, and you find out, this does taste pretty much the same, next time would you order it? And they said yes. Okay. So that was interesting. It's just like what hurdles to jump over. So that's my question to you. Like at what point would you say, yes, I would be as likely to order a vegetarian equivalent? Do you have that point? That's my question. Let's see. So you stay away from pork for that reason. I got you. For where I draw the line question, it's a graph of tasty versus intelligence versus the amount of animal. So bacon is okay, but giant pork chops are not. Luckily, that perfectly matches my tastes. What's that called? Is that one of those things where it's like, an ad hoc, where it's like the thing is already there, and so you put the reasoning on top of it? Is that one of those cases where you're like, oh, well, this is the reason that I feel this way, and it just happens to already match my tastes? Do you think that could be it? Because I do have some, and I tell the students too, because I try to show, like, you don't have to eat meat, like you can still eat, but at the same time, I don't lie to them and say I'm vegetarian. I let them know, yeah, I eat fried chicken, I eat pizza, these are not questions I'm posing to you to make you feel bad and make you think that I'm this, like, beacon of, morality or something. Yeah, I do the same stuff too. Like we talked about wage slavery and stuff, and I said, well, how many of you have something made by Apple? And a lot of them did. And I said, yeah, that's a problem. I said, look, me too, it's, why do we still do this? And, is this a thing that's ever going to go away? So these are the kinds of questions we have discussions about in the class. So it's a good time. Working on a pig farm will also do that. Yeah, I believe it. Let's see. Oh, and then it jumped again. Okay. The group arthropod is called a phylum. Okay, thank you. Octopuses and snails are in the phylum Muscula or Mollusca, sorry. Phylum is the second level down, the top level being kingdom, Animalia. It's all Latin names. Okay, well, that's good, because we're talking about dead animals. I'm sorry, that was a terrible joke. Vietnamese blood sausage looks and tastes like homemade Korean sundae. I would believe that. Have you ever had dinaguk? I know. Yes? Is it dinaguk? Dinaguk, maybe? I might be confusing the term. Dinaguin? It's a Filipino pork blood soup. How do I not? Dinaguin? Yeah, dinaguan. There it is, okay. I was thinking gook because Korean gook is like soup or stew. You don't see the screen. I wasn't showing anything. I was looking at my video details off screen and then just linking you guys. The haggis video works. Oh, okay, great. Still never tried blood pudding. Yeah, definitely recommend it. And I think you should be able to make it pretty easily because blood tends to be a waste product where, like in a lot of places like the US, Canada and stuff, if you can get your butcher to save it for you, then they're happy to sell it for any amount instead of just chucking it, you know what I mean? So yeah, you should be able to make it yourself. Actually, we did some like something like this. Blood sausage. I guess, the guy looks East Asian, but we see a lot of Cyrillic, so it's got to be Mongolia, right? Or I guess, Uzbekistan. Let's check it out. Can we check out shorts? Because we can't really pause them. All right, we got cream. If it's cream, I feel like it's Mongolia. Yeah, but the guy, I don't know. He could be Uzbek. It's looking all right. And we got to keep pausing it. The thing that sucks about the shorts is you can't fast forward or anything. Okay, so we got the casing. Nice. There we go. Good times. Then we got to pause it again so we don't. This is the thing that sucks. Is like we don't trip the sensor thing. All right, so it looks good. It looks like they're going to be steaming it. This looks nice. Okay. Cold. I wonder why they put the cold water first. That looks good. Looks like a good time, right? Okay. Looks nice. There it is. Ooh, yeah. Oh, that looks very good. So it looks like there's some other coagulant in there because I'm not seeing any chunks. Because sometimes you can add, like I said, the oats or something to add that coagulant. But something like sanji, it looks just like a big cube that you would cut. And it I don't know, it looks the texture is kind of interesting. It's soft, but it's not, how would you describe that texture? It breaks apart very easily, but it's not melt in your mouth and it's not chewy. It just breaks down very easily when you bite into it. It's an interesting texture. I have a very fond memory of it because I was sick for like a month. I think I had strep throat or something, but I had to keep going to work. I'm just really not a fan. And this was in Korea. So I had told that mentor teacher, the one that was she's got her own thought process, not process. And she took me to this place to get soup. She said, "Oh, this is very healthy. It's good for your body condition." That's a phrasing in Korea. It's good for your body condition. So I tried it, and then I started feeling really really good the next day. So anytime I start feeling pretty sick, I just tell myself, "Oh, you need to get some blood soup, the sanjiguk." It's different from the dinengwan. The dinengwan is blood in the soup, and I would say this is more similar to like if you guys are familiar with that Spartan black soup from the Spartans, then this would be pretty similar to that. It's got some vinegar, some salt. Yeah, I would say actually it's pretty similar. Very savory, very very tasty. So the soup itself is blood. But then for the sanjiguk, I can just look it up. Let me change my Korean. There it is. Sanjiguk. So you can see it's a broth, but there's these chunks of blood, and just like we saw in that, I'm assuming is Mongolian video. It's pretty smooth, right? There's no chunks in it. There's no additional coagulant in there. So yeah, I do wonder how this blood sausage would taste, just texture, or I guess the texture of it, because you're gonna get the texture from the chew from the casing, but I think the rest of it, that would be a very confusing or contrasting texture. Yeah. Let's see. One or two airlines that deal with surströmming, and you got to deal with their pricing. All right, well, then I guess next time, like at this point, it's almost more worth it just to go visit Sweden to buy surströmming. It's like, at least, if I'm going to spend a bunch of money, may as well just go for broke and just have a good time, I would actually absolutely love to have a comparable to flesh plant-based filet mignon. I think we're a long way from the veggie meats being as good. They promote monoculture. I mean, our farming promotes monoculture anyway. Do you know what I mean? So if we're going to go against, like, the amount, for example, the animal feed, like the type of corn and soy that we grow to feed cattle, that's a monoculture. So I think either way, we're going to do a monoculture, which we shouldn't, but if we're going to do it, we should do the one that's kind of not as damaging. As for the veggie meats being as good, I think in some forms it can be. I think processed forms like a patty or a nugget, those tend to be pretty easy to get the flavor and texture close, as opposed to something like a piece of fish. Or, well, actually I did have some pretty good vegan shrimp. Yeah. The flavor was all right, and the texture was pretty close. So yeah, I have had some good vegan shrimp. Let's see. I've actually tried the McPlant burger. Found it a bit dry. Not a fan. What did it taste like? Because when I hear McPlant, I hear like a garden burger, which is not comparable, I would say. I remember trying a garden burger. Hang on, I gotta change it. I don't know if I guess they still sell it. Okay, images, here it is. Yeah, the original, made with natural ingredients, whatever. I remember I was at some cookout or something, and they had these, and I was a teenager or something, and they had these, and they said, "Do you want a regular burger or a garden burger?" And I thought, I've never had a garden. I'll just try a garden. Sure, I wasn't paying for it. It was whatever. It's free. Well, yeah, I'll try it. And I was just really. I don't know, when you say burger, when you cook it with a burger, it looks like a burger. I was expecting it to taste something like meat, and it really just tasted like a bunch of vegetables. It didn't taste bad. It's just that's not what I was expecting it to taste like. And that's not what I was expecting out of a burger. I think that's part of the problem with stuff like these replacements. Yeah. I think it's just that expectation of, I want to eat something that tastes like pork. This doesn't taste like pork, therefore I don't want it. As opposed to, well, what does this taste like? Do I want this taste? So I try not to judge the burgers now because of this experience. I try not to judge them going into it. But I mean, of course you're going to have, you know, some judgment. I think that also another processed one that's pretty good is U.S. Style breakfast sausage. Those, I mean, that, and really what makes it a U.S. style breakfast sausage is the seasoning. You know what I mean? So as long as you get the texture close enough, and you nail that seasoning, you're pretty much there. You know. Let's see. There's no such thing as vegan meat unless you're eating a vegan. I don't do pressed bean and chemical mash unless it's for novelty. We've eaten meat since before anything else, and that's my hill. Evolutionarily speaking, though, we've eaten fruit before anything else. So I don't know about that. Yeah, vegan meat. There are actually vegans that also agree with you that they don't like that term. I think, and then some of the companies don't like that term either. Like, you can't call it milk because it's replacing people's concept of dairy milk, and that's sort of our brand. We don't want you encroaching on our brand. So they'll change it to like plant drink, or one of them's called not milk. That's what they called it. Like, no, this is totally not milk. Not at all. It's not milk. Just kind of to poke fun at that. So yeah, I think talking about it in terms of the format, like it's a nugget, but not to call it because they spell it like CHIK''N chicken nugget. I think, you know, just calling it a veggie nugget, a veggie sausage, a veggie dog, a veggie patty, veggie breakfast sausage, something like that. Because I think the sausage is the format, it's not the ingredient. So I think that makes more sense, yeah. Sunji is soft but sticky at the end. You know what? You're right. Let's see. Search for, what is that? Kroviatska? Let's search for it, not on the thing, just in case. Okay, good. I was gonna say, just in case you're asking me to search for something that's that we shouldn't look at together. Yeah, this looks really good, you know. There it is. There it is. Let's see. You can copy the URL to view shorts as normal videos. Thank you. Thank you. That is helpful. Because sometimes I do show these to my students just for fun. And we want to pause them, but we just can't. So thanks. That's very helpful. Or not pause them, but like scroll back and forth. I'm kind of on the side of the last kids. When I'm eating meat, I want meat. Plus, at this point, real meat is more nutritious. What do you mean at this point, real meat is more nutritious? In which way? Cattle are mostly fed on pasture. No, they're fed corn and soy. It might depend on where you live, but at least in the States, corn, soy, and a lot in Brazil as well. Happy New Year, Alex. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of some factory farm conditions. We need meat to be more available from smaller local sources. It's better when you can get it anyway. Oh, I absolutely agree. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, this is just for us to have the conversation. I mean, like I said, obviously, I still eat this stuff. We're looking at and salivating over blood sausage, you know. I'm not judging people that are still eating meat. But then, you know, it's like to have that conversation of, well, here's my perspective on it, but what is your perspective on it? And then what's this person's perspective and this other person's perspective? Is there any kind of consensus that we can all agree upon? Or do we have totally different ideas on it, you know? So just to have the conversation, not to solve anything or convince anybody of anything, but more just to have the conversation for the sake of it, yeah. They don't call it chicken. How could they miss that? Oh, chick-un. Chick-yum. No, it's like chicken, like that. I've seen it. I mean, let's just look at it. chicken. Yeah, there it is. Chicken. Yeah, you're right. They really missed the chick-un. They really missed out on that, didn't they? That's too bad. Yeah, these I think they're a little easier. Usually no cholesterol. So for people that are watching their cholesterol for whatever reason, you know, that's this. But again, these are not health foods. This is not something you're going to eat and say, oh yeah, it's really healthy. Which also kind of is something like Will Phil said, you know, real meat is more nutritious. Like, I don't think anybody's eating a hot dog for like the nutrition quality, you know? So it always does interest me that, and I'm not saying you specifically, Will, just in general, when you bring up the idea of like switching or replacing. So you have a fried chicken sandwich and you replace it with like a fried veggie patty sandwich. Suddenly the first, you know, one of the first 5 questions is going to be, or critiques is going to be, well, it's not as nutritious. I do not eat fried chicken sandwiches for the nutrients, you know what I mean? Like, when I bought this Prosperity Burger, never, even now, like never did I think, oh, how nutritious is this? I thought about the calories, but I didn't think, is this going to hit all my macros, you know? But for some reason, when we bring up just replacing our junk food with other junk food, then the question of nutrition, or the question or comment of nutrition always comes up in like the first 5 like back and forth interactions. So I was interested. I learned that sausage means salted. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see. From my understanding, plant-based foods aren't as bioavailable as meat is. Do you know anything about that? I think the most bioavailable is egg whites, I think. But in terms of like when you're talking about bioavailability, it's sort of like when you're talking about macros. Like the only people that really care about that and should care about that are people that have some kind of medical problem or bodybuilders. That's where I learned about bioavailability, was when I was doing bodybuilding. And that's when you care about that stuff. But in terms of like the everyday person who's eating a pretty, you know, standard diet, they're eating, you know, 2 to 3 times a day, plus some snacks here and there, you're not going to be missing out on your protein. So it's like whether it's 100% bioavailable or 95% bioavailable, you're still going to hit all your protein requirements. So I guess it doesn't matter in that case. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like, well, you're still getting all the protein you need, you know, the end, that kind of thing. Yeah. Poor folks sitting over here molding mashed potatoes in the shape of steak and trying to convince themselves it's real. I mean, maybe. Stop exposing our hypocrisy. Hey, I'm telling you, I'm a hypocrite. I'm telling you right now, you know, I'm definitely not trying to be holier than thou. Like I said, you know, I my Prosperity Burger's right here, you guys. I did not ask, is there a vegan option, you know? Why is vegan gone from piles of fruit and salad to ODing on vitamins just to process black? It's to make it more, what's the word? Not palatable. Marketable. Make it more marketable. Yeah. Because it's like, I mean, it's the same as, again, like with a bodybuilding diet, you know? It's this idea, I guess you can kind of ask it too. It's like, when did we go from eating all parts of the animal to turning it into, you know, a hot dog or a chicken nugget, right? It's something that people like. It's easier to consume, easier to eat on the go, and it's for a lot of people, it's just tasty, you know? So it's the same kind of argument from like a natural diet, I would say. When we had mad cow and bird flu at the time, I didn't feel affected by it. Later when we had swine flu, mad cow and bird flu, disappeared, I felt lucky, yeah. I'm one of those people, I got lupus, so that's why I eat. I wouldn't recommend for most people 100%. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, again, it's nothing that I am saying is like everybody should do it. We're just having the conversation. Yeah, how is that working out? Like 95% roughly. And when you say carnivore, are we talking meat or are we talking animal protein? Like milk and eggs. So I would just be curious about that, because I haven't known anybody who's done, at least I haven't known that I've known anybody that's done like for an autoimmune thing like lupus, like a full like animal-based diet. But yeah, if it's working, that's awesome. I've heard stuff about that for, what is it? Not just lupus. There was another one. Not arthritis. I don't know. Yeah. 70 days on beef and eggs. What did you notice for changes? Because for me, the first question would be poops. A couple friends of mine did Atkins, and they referred to them specifically as Atkins poo, like Atkins poops. They talked about how difficult it was to pass. So for somebody who eats a lot of plants, not vegan, but I mean just eats a lot of plants. For me, going to the bathroom, 1 to 3 times a day, and not be able to do that for like a week, to me that would be like a jarring difference. What about for you? Hashimoto's, thank you. That's the other one. Lactose intolerant as well. So at first I went keto, got rid of about 80% of my pain, then went full carnivore, which got rid of literally all my pain. Oh, interesting. Do you find the diet to be expensive? Are you able to eat stuff like organ meats? Does that also count? That's just a question I have with it. Because for me, something like liver and what else? Like the intestines and stuff, that would be serious period of adaptation toilet-wise, but soon it was no problem at all. Okay, less ways to pass because with no fiber, you're using what you eat. Oh, that's interesting. I know that when we had MREs, these are exciting. They're designed to like stop you up. And so when we'd go to the bathroom, and I'm sure I told this story 20,000 times, we had this like porta-john, so there was no flushing. Everybody's poo was the same color and the same smell, and everybody's farts were the same smell. And that did not bother me as much as it reminded me of my brother's farts. And I just thought, well, what the hell is he eating? That's all I could think of. Felt great, slept really well, energized, doing it again for mid-February. Buying half a cow. We'll be buying organ meats fresh and using them. Oh, interesting. You have like a big freezer then, I would assume? Because I do wonder too about the idea of like the paleo diet. And the reason that I always hesitate with that concept, I feel like it has to come with like a lot of quantifiers, because people they say they're paleo, but then they eat a bunch of foods that are still modern foods, but just made with paleo ingredients, quote unquote. So it's kind of like, well, what does this mean? What do you mean by paleo diet? But then also, I do wonder about, are there slight differences depending on ethnicity and or like your ancestry? Or is it just like an ethnic group thing where you had a certain type of gut bacteria cultivated in childhood, and then you're more like you can easily digest certain cultural foods as a result? So I always wonder about that, because this idea that like paleo diet to eat, you know, I don't know, reindeer and coconuts, like which ancestor was able to do both, that kind of thing. It doesn't cost any more than normal because I don't snack. I got you. A specific meat freezer. Oh, okay. Well, that works then. Approximately 160 kilos of beef. It is 517 pounds a kilo with a bit of time and effort involved. Yeah. Yeah, meat freezers definitely for stockpiling. Absolutely. You're talking about like those big, like deep ones, right? This is such an interesting conversation because it's like when we started this, that's why I like these live streams. It's like we have these ideas. I always try to have some backup idea what we could talk about. I've got these Jehovah's Witness like Watchtower publications sitting over here to the side just in case. And then to like go down this road, it's so interesting. I think there's a blood group component to what works well for you. I'm not 100% sure if that was debunked. I've heard about that, but then I also heard it wasn't accurate, but I haven't looked into it since 2009, so that's been a while. But the microbiome thing, yeah, you're right. You probably could acquire that. The ones that bodies are normally stored in movies. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a meat freezer. I used to have a giant freezer and several hunters in my circle. That's definitely a way to do it. Oh, for sure. I worked at a place and it's just a small business, and the boss, the owner, he owned this cattle farm. And he just one day he brought this styrofoam like cooler. He brings it, and it just said like, take all you want but eat all you take, something like that. And he said, yeah, I slaughtered one of my cows and these are just some of the extras, so he had processed some of it into ground beef. And I remember I tried that and I was blown away, just the taste, it's so different. And it just really made me wonder, how come this tastes wildly different from any other beef that I've had? And I remember asking him about it, like, wow, it was really good. What's the difference? And so that's, I was still pretty young. I was an older teenager. And yeah, it was just really opened my eyes to this idea of like factory farming versus local farming. And when people say stuff like, oh, I like the taste of meat, it's like, well, then you should get local meat. Like, we shouldn't be supporting these huge farms anyway. If you want to talk about it from an environmental standpoint, a compassion standpoint, or just a taste standpoint, you know what I mean? I think the only argument against it would just be price. But then if you're worried about price, lentils are super cheap, like super cheap, buy lentils. Let's see. You need to get some hunters. Yeah, I'm sure you could do something like is meetup.com, is that still a thing? Or did that go away with COVID? Type O foods work amazingly. Let's just check it out. Let's try it. Blood typing diet study. New study debunks the blood type diet. Evidence-based review. Cardiometabolic risk. A study. So we'll click on the study. It's so bright. Okay. Sure. We'll accept all the cookies. Risk of cardiovascular disease is lower in individuals blood type O and increase with blood type A compared to other blood groups. However, blah, blah, blah. Diet. Come on, scroll down. Okay. The intervention group, low-fat vegan diet. Okay. There were no significant differences in any outcome between the individuals of blood type A or between blood type O. Conclusion, blood type was not associated with the effects of plant-based diet. See, do you see what I mean? Look at this. New study debunks blood type diet, right? To me, a blood type diet is you should eat these foods because you're blood type A. You should eat these foods because you're AB, these foods because you're B, and these foods because you're O. But this is saying we gave everyone the same diet to see if their blood type had an effect on the outcome. See, this is why we read the study. You see. No. Look at this. The researchers, Committee for Responsible Medicine. What about Committee for Responsible? This is it. They did this. What? This is your own study? This is your own release. Doesn't this, am I misreading this? Do you guys, mean total cholesterol different. There was no significant differences. I mean, they're all fed the same diet. That doesn't seem like a blood type diet, right? Let's see. Blood type, study, telephone. Blood type. Excluded. Diabetes, medical exclusion. So I'm guessing like with the lupus thing, if you're on a diet that's with the meat heavy diet for lupus, then you probably would be excluded from this vegan diet, because they can't make you they can't make you do something that's going to put you at a higher risk for health issues. Yeah, right. Oh, self-reported 3-day diet. This is just, I mean, I don't know. It's getting worse the more I read it. Is anybody else surprised? I'm very surprised, because this is your own study. And our research shows that all blood types equally benefit from a vegan diet based on the consumption of fruits and vegetables, legumes, blah, 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 blah. Okay, blood type made no difference. What the blood type diet says, a plant-based diet should be better for blood type A and less so for blood type O. It turned out beneficial for people of all blood types. And there was no evidence that meaty diets are good for anyone. Yeah, but I mean, again, you're excluding certain groups of people, like, like Alex would be excluded here, who's on a meat-specific diet. I mean, let's look at the blood type diet. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Let's see. Some people say ondol is the reason for Korean soup with bone and meat boiled overnight, not common in Japan and China. Oh, maybe. The ondol is like the floor heating. It's on, it's cold. At one point, I was actually vegan for 7 years and 3 plant-based, and then I went back for eating meat. Yeah, I was just like a totally vegan for 3 years. Yeah, not even honey, yeah. My friend killed a deer with their car the other day, and I was tempted to harvest it. Why not? My mom's cousin did that on purpose because deer are so difficult to get. And so she hit this deer with her car and totaled her car. And my mom was like, why would you do that? And she's like, well, I can't just go get a deer, but I can, like, insurance will pay for my car. That's good. That's a thinker. That's a thinker. Okay, that's a different type of thinking. There's quite a bit of hyper on blood types and diet stuff. I don't think there's actually been confirmed, though I could be wrong. What I've learned over the years is that when you're putting thought and effort into your food, your outcomes are improved versus when you're not. That's what I think it is. It's like when you're making that effort to take steps that you find are healthy. I think, there's more of that connection with what you're putting into your body, more of an understanding of, all right, well, how did this make me feel when I ate it, But you do have to be careful with that, especially if you're prone to eating disorders, because you can almost convince yourself that these foods are so bad for you and you start just cutting them out. I'm not saying this is a common thing. I'm just saying that it can, in some circumstances, kind of go the wrong way. So if you do notice that, if somebody starts cutting out tons and tons of food groups, claiming, oh yeah, I have a sensitivity to this and a sensitivity to this and maybe a mild allergy to this, and they're just cutting out whole food groups with vague language like, oh, I felt really bloated or I felt heavy, could indicate something like that. Yeah, most studies are different from, I mean, even reading this seems different from the title. I don't know. That's disappointing. What's that Kevin Sorbo? Disappointment. No, hog the chat all you like, yeah. Gotta go buy a gerbil to write me some of these studies. That's it. And you're gonna eat the gerbil when you're done. Happy New Year. Isn't it the future already in Korea? It's always the future in Korea. It's always. The original study that concluded we should drink 2 liters of water actually had people underreported food intakes. A recent study says 1.5 is enough. Yeah, and I always think about the one about losing the majority of your body heat through your head. The study was, they were testing something about like how much heat is lost wearing a beanie or a cap or a hood or something versus not. Because the people that were in the study had protective clothing on except for a hat. So it's not that most of the body heat is lost, it's that in the study every other part of the body was insulated. You know, the point of the study was to try to track how much is lost just by not wearing a beanie. I think it might have been a military study, just to see, like, do we need to issue beanies? And we do have beanies, so that's good. I guess the study said yes. But then people took that to mean most of your body heat is lost through your head, you should wear a hat. No, if you are standing out in the snow in your underwear, most of your body heat is lost through your skin. You know, it's just gonna go out. It's not gonna like focus into your head and then like go away. You know what I mean? That's just not how it's going, you know. Let's see. Yeah, orthorexia. Orthorexia for sure. But also other ones, like anorexia, and EDNOS, eating disorder not otherwise specified. It used to be called OSFED, which is no, EDNOS is old, OSFED's new. Other specified feeding and eating disorder. Yeah, orthorexia, OSFED, sometimes OSFED. Not as much with bulimia or binge eating disorder. And not as much with ARFID, avoidant restrictive feeding, food intake disorder. People with ARFID, they just appear to be incredibly picky, but when they try to eat something, it's like their body kicks it back up. They're just so overly sensitive to like textures, tastes, and scents that their body, like, they have a visceral reaction to certain things. Like if they ate what's a fruit that's slightly slimy? I'm trying to think. Like a banana. For some people that have ARFID, that slight sliminess to it will make them vomit. Or with something like cottage cheese or sour cream, some of that similar taste is also found in vomit, so that will make them vomit. Like eating cheese will make them vomit. So they just really restrict their eating. That's a little different. That's not like psyching themselves out to avoid calories or unclean food. So that's a different thing, yeah. Hamster sausage, the sequel. Okay. I'm thinking of like a turducken, but you start with like a guinea pig, and then you just keep stuffing little guys in there. So we have a guinea pig, guinea pig, a hamster, and like a gerbil. A gamble. Guinea pig, hamster, gerbil, a gamble. That's what you can have. So it's like a personal turducken. Have I eaten rodent? I don't think so. I mean, I would. I just don't think I have. A personal friend of mine harvested the deer, so that's going into the recipe. Oh, yeah. Go. Good. Need to keep a food and mood diary. Keep it accurately and fastidiously. Right. I think, and I think too, the idea that, okay, I'm making this choice for me and it's a healthy choice, I believe for whatever reason, you know, whether you're trying to add more muscle mass, whether you're trying to avoid complications with lupus, whether you're trying to have something more like an ancestral diet, whether you're trying to lose weight, you know, whatever. And so then I think when you go out of your way to make those choices again, you get that like positive feeling. So I feel like you would continue to make those changes. Yeah. I mean, that's just my guess. I think the multi-animal stuffing is called a galantine. Is that a galantine? Thank you. Thank you. Not Valentino. I thought it was more like a head cheese. That's what I thought. Chicken galantine. Because this looks like, yeah, tongue, veal. Because wouldn't you chop the chicken really fine, put all those pieces in there, and seal it up? Because I'm thinking like head cheese. I always forget the name for this in Korean. This looks more like what I thought a galantine was. But I don't know about the layering, the stuffing of one meat into another. Or is it because these are stuffed together that a turducken would technically be a galantine? Is that how that works? Any turducken is a personal turducken if you really believe in yourself and try hard. Good. I'm still wondering why persimmon is not popular. Yeah, I don't know. It's really good, especially dried. It's very sweet and delicious. Never had squirrel. That's another one that I would love to try. Is it really? It tastes like chicken. Does it really? I feel like it would taste more like pork. I don't know why. Not sure about the food diary idea. Seems a good way to psych yourself out into more or less random conclusions. It could be. Especially depending on how susceptible you are to control-based choices related to food. Not necessarily eating disorders, but just other types of things. Cuy, hamster from Peru, tastes like pork skin. Maybe that's where I thought the idea came from. Plus, it looks like it's a guinea pig, so maybe that's also the thought. Guinea pig, pork pig. Fasting's also really easy if you're eating this diet. That's what I tend to do. I tend to just do like a one meal a day, unless I'm eating with people, because it's just, my metabolism just sucks. With previous obesity, and just other issues, my metabolism just sucks. So, but I think fasting, evolutionarily speaking, I think it makes more, it makes sense. We're not going to be just eating all day. Koi has thin skin. I figured it would have thin skin. I left a relevant link. Okay, cool. Longest fast I've done is 5 days. I did a 3-day fast recently, but that was out of stress. That wasn't like by choice. So I don't know if that counts. Surprisingly, yeah, once you get to a certain high in your fast, I don't know. And then at some point you almost feel like, at least for me, it's like, can I be a robot and just live off of water and coffee and air? Because every robot lives off of coffee and air, right? Naturally a 1 meal a day person, yeah. I don't know, it's just easier. I did a 40-day fast 18 months ago. I'm fasting until the end of January. When you do a fast, how do you do it? Because there's some people that do a water fast where they will only consume water. Some people do juice fasts where they'll consume water and juice. Other people will do fasts that's like they'll consume like protein shakes and smoothies and stuff, but nothing over a total of 500 calories a day. So I'm just curious, which water and salt. Interesting. It's like a broth, I'm assuming. You probably drink some broth. Air is delicious. Don't knock it till you try it. No doubt, right? Me and my can of air. No calories. Got you. 40 days is pretty nutty. What prompted you to do the 40-day fast? I think for me, it's almost like I resent food. That's kind of it. How do you consume it? Do you just consume the salts as a tablet, or none of this is medical advice? If you consume the salts like as a tablet or as a no-calorie drink, like a sugar-free Gatorade type thing. I feel like we have to say that sometimes. We're just talking about stuff. So that's it. Prompted by being fat and having shaft in my metabolism. I gotcha. Did you feel that there was any difference in your metabolism? Did you check? Like, did you measure it at all? Like with a doctor visit or something? I'd be curious about that. All right, blood type diet. It's, 2 decades, blah, blah, blah. Eat right for your type. Yeah, that's what I remember reading. Not the whole book, just like scanning through it. Type A is the agrarian or cultivator. People eat diets rich in plants, completely free of red meat, similar to vegetarian diet, except, you could eat fish, shrimp, chicken, not a vegetarian diet. The type B is nomad. They can eat plants and most meats except chicken and pork. Also eat dairy, avoid wheat, corn, lentils, tomatoes, and a few others. The enigma, A and B types, seafood, tofu, dairy, beans, and grains. Avoid kidney beans. See, what's the difference then, I would wonder, between beans and kidney beans? Corn, beef, and chicken. Okay, so how do they decide this, though? How do they decide this? That's my question. Okay. So it has to do with a protein called lectins for sugar molecules. Uncooked legumes can have an activity affecting, although it reacts with all blood types, not just blood specific. Okay. Strong evidence that people with certain blood types can have a higher or lower risk of disease. Yeah, but is that some other thing? Does that have to do with diet? Yeah, there it is. That's my question. So that's why they were testing the diet. I see. So I don't know if I would phrase it this way, but I guess that's what they meant. No evidence currently exists to validate the purported health benefits of blood type diets. I don't know. I feel like I would do, better health markers associated with everyone following the type A diet. And so why not test all the other diets, though? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's a large study. That's good. But number one, test that. And then number two, I would test, different groups of people. So I do wonder, were different groups of people tested? Talking about the gut bacteria thing. Because I remember for me, I grew up eating rice. So when I came to Korea, no problem. But then when I was around those other teachers, like I said, we came together as a group for this government program thing. They kept complaining about how badly rice was messing up their stomach, making them feel bloated, and some other things. And I just thought, how is it doing that? So maybe, that could be related to that. So they were Toronto Nutrigenics. So it seems like they were all found in the same place. Yeah. So I do wonder, though, if everyone ate the O blood type diet, for example, and then what are you eating, right? Because let's say, look at this, the agrarian diet, rich in plants. But what if we just ate a bunch of those vegan junk food, the fried, the chicken sandwiches, right? If we ate a bunch of potato chips and it looks like you can eat dairy, so, ice cream, that kind of stuff. If you could just eat a lot of that, is that going to give us the same benefit? Do we have any rules? They have to, let's see, okay, ethnocultural groups, that's good. But are they local? So for example, like somebody that's East Asian that is raised in Toronto, are they going to have gut bacteria that's more similar to their traditional diet? Like, did they eat their traditional diet more than eating? Do you guys know what I'm saying? Blood type, C-reactive protein, statistical analysis, insulin. Interesting. Because as far as I understand, like if you're eating a bunch of, for example, hot dogs, and then you switch it to veggie hot dogs, it does improve some of your blood type stuff, or not blood type, sorry, your blood test parameters. But I still wonder, I don't know. And again, I mean, evolutionarily speaking, we ate a lot of fruits and vegetables, not as much meat. But when we ate meat, it was local. It was usually lower in fat, if that has anything to do with a lot of this stuff. Because game meats are much leaner, unless you're talking like whale. But even then, the meat itself is pretty lean. Yeah. I mean, obviously we're just skimming it, but I do wonder, why didn't they test the other diets? That is my, like, if I were to do a follow-up, I would test the other, like I would test the type O. Are you going to stream 24/7, 52? Oh yeah, we're just going to leave this on the whole time. You can hear my cats running around. So, let's see. Yes, please don't take this as medical advice, right? Take salts in the water. I got you. Commercial fasting was popular in Korea once. When was it? Who are the people planning to eat sunlight? Those are breatharians. And they live off of prana, which is the energy of the universe, cosmos, or the sun, to my recollection. Didn't get any formal checks done. Felt better. It was hard to describe, but too easy to slip back into the old crappy habits. I got you. What's up, Neeboopsh? I'm going to call you Neep. Looking for my own content. Oh, well, I apologize that I interrupted your search. I've been having many breakdowns in the store with the increased prices. I struggle to buy food in more ways than one. I'm sorry to hear that. Breatharians are hilarious to me, though I imagine my diet is pretty hilarious to some people, thinking you're going to have a heart attack and die. Yeah, but I think every time breatharianism has been scrutinized, like put you in a room and you prove that you're actually not eating anything, those people dropped a significant amount of weight quickly. Just sounds like Darwin doing his thing to me. I don't know. I'm an A and I'm deathly allergic to seafood, but kidney beans are okay. Oh, that's interesting. I've heard stories of Vietnamese people getting unwell if they don't eat a lot of rice. I've heard like about not tolerating wheat very well in certain groups. Welcome back, Ratsa. Let's see. And as for streaming, Ratsa, no, I'm going to go about 20 minutes because an old student of mine is actually visiting from the States. So I'm going to go meet up with the old student. I wonder if these studies compared exercise levels. Even if the diet is identical, my understanding is individual exercise has massive effects on metabolism. I'm not sure they were checking for that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know for me, my blood pressure is just low genetically. Yeah, oh, they did test it, blood pressure. Yeah, and the more, like, the healthier and more fit I became, like in boot camp, the lower my blood pressure dropped. I think the lowest was like 83 over 62, something like that. And it's not uncommon for them to have to check my blood pressure twice. So but that never bothered me, I guess a little bit sometimes, but I think it's from other things. Like if I'm not eating as much or, you know, if you feel sick or something, yeah, I do tend to get dizzy, but I always thought, don't most people if they don't feel good? But maybe that is related to blood pressure. But in terms of standing up and passing out, it's never happened for me. You know, so I just remember when I was a smoker, my blood pressure was high. It went up to like 110 over, I don't know, 95, something like that. 98, yeah, something like that. And I mentioned, oh my gosh, it's so high. And they said, no, that's good. And I said, maybe, but for me, it's high. Like, don't you want to compare the fact that, you know, last year at this time or whatever, I was really low, and now I've added all this, you know, like, don't you want to check that? You know, that kind of thing. You know, based on the individual, not based on, you know, what might necessarily be average. Let's see. It's good to end early. Forgot my phone is in the car. Oh, okay. Go get it. 80s and 90s, people checked in the Dunshik one for weeks and months. They had programs for fasting. That reminds me of stuff that's going on in like Russia. These like fasting retreats. Fasting retreat. Oh, wow. Hey guys, for 2023, you guys ready? Fasting retreats, water fasting. I don't know, I was thinking Russia when they got them like everywhere. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. YouTube's. All right, we can go to Thailand. I mean, but wouldn't you just being in Thailand, if you're not in Thailand normally, just like enjoying this nice weather and scenery, and the fact that you're not working, you're just relaxing, you know, don't you think that has some effect? You know, at least with wireless, you know, I'm assuming you're doing all your normal stuff in addition to the fast, but this is like, yeah, I'm literally just at a spa. Of course I'm gonna feel better. Like if I wasn't fasting and I'm just at a spa for 11 days and getting foot rubs and delicious, you know, juices, because even though they fast, they still get juices, I think. These delicious like hand pressed juices, you know, with delicious ginger and everything, and I'm just relaxing about and resting in these perfect temperature, you know, waters. I'm gonna feel better. It doesn't matter if I got a steak at night, you know, I'm gonna feel better, right? Yeah, you're gonna be at work. Yeah, exactly. A fasting place called True North. Let's see. Maybe you should run fasting retreats, Liz. True North Health Center. I don't know. I almost feel like people that do this type of regular or like retreat fasting, I feel like they all have like a similar look, but I'm sure that's just a bias. Like look at this face, like this stare. I don't know. You don't see any pupils, and then like very similar. I'm just trying to think, do I, you know, but is that a face I make? I mean, yeah, she's not making that face, you know. We Care Spa Detox Retreat, how it changed my life. I don't know. Is it really to change your life? Your skin looks better, but it could be the lighting. And that, you know, that's why I asked about that. Did you get it tested? You know what I mean? Because I feel like, especially with something like fasting, we do get kind of that rush of, you know, those feel-good hormones, especially to keep us moving forward, you know? So I just wonder, is that the reason we feel better, or is there actually like a marked difference? Is it a combination? How much of A and how much of B? It's unfortunate they chose that specific image for the thumbnail, or maybe it's the YouTube generated one. No, it can't be, because it's got all the text on it. Yeah, unless she's, because I can't imagine this would be a click, like a part of the video where the video is going to say 11 days no food detox results. I mean, it could. Let's see. She's standing there. No, it's just how she's looking. I don't know. I think that it's a little better now. She's talking, you know. But I don't know. What do you guys feel about that strong eye contact, even through the camera? Like, you guys will notice I don't tend to do that. I feel like I look around a lot. It just kind of, I don't know, makes me feel a little more comfortable to not stare right at the camera. Stare into your soul. So maybe it's just for me. Maybe I just feel that way. And she looks like she's, you know, it's a beautiful time. You know, she looks relaxed. But is it Botox that's doing it? That also might be it. Because notice here, she's raising her forehead, but this is not moving. This is moving up here. That could be it. That might be why her face has more of a steady look to it, which, you know, it's fine. You know what I mean? I'm just saying I've noticed that. That's all. That's why I noticed it, because I've noticed it. Yeah. Yeah. You see that she got it here. And it can wear off unevenly. Or is this a filter? Is this like a smooth skin filter? Because look at the ridges. I don't know. Are we overanalyzing? We're probably overanalyzing. We're overanalyzing. Anyway, you look lovely, beautiful eye color, having a time. Let's see. Hey, good. Who's already in the new year? I wonder. I think Ratsa is. Maybe Wireless. I'd rather cook for people than fast them, to be honest. I know what you mean by the look, yeah. Try the Laura Try video. Let's see. Laura Try. Oh, this one? Okay. 5 days no food. Because I always wonder about that. And again, it could be the conditions. Because for me, when I notice I'm tending to fast, it is for reasons that are not healthy, including being too stressed out. And so while I feel like, yeah, I could probably continue the fast, it's not from like a good place mentally. And as a result, I don't get that, oh, I feel amazing kind of result from the fast. So I do wonder how much of that is I feel clean because I know I haven't eaten and I'm feeling good about this decision because I made this decision for a positive change in my life. Do you know what I mean? I've learned that fasting is healthy, so I'm doing it because I want to be healthy. And you know, I'm learning more about food. I'm learning more about this stuff, right? Yeah, you know, I'll lose not as much. I wish I would. I might lose, you know, two kilos during a similar time, but I don't feel amazing. I feel like I'm still stressed out and don't love myself. You know what I mean? So I do wonder how much is physical and how much is mental affecting the physical. You know, am I, you know, on the opposite way? Is fasting really awesome, but my mental state is causing me to feel run down, but I'm not physically run down, if that makes sense, you know? So that's why I feel like those numbers, like I asked you, Wireless, did you get it checked? It's not as a, oh, I don't believe you. It's more, is there something that we can look at as an objective measure, you know? It's a filter. Yeah, I think it might have been a filter. These filters, is it the uncanny valley? It could be. There's a phrase people use, which I don't like the phrase, but it's called like the psychopath stare. I really don't like that phrase. But it's just when you stare really strong eye contact, especially if you're like your iris is not making contact with your eyelids, like visually making contact. So I really hate that term, but I don't. That's why it's like hard eye contact. That's what I call it. Does that have a thing? Hard eye contact. Yeah, this is not it. Yeah, this is like keeping eye contact. Can you make eye contact with V? This is interesting, just like what's coming up. Oh, removing hard contacts. Somebody with a Jordan Peterson video. Eye contact while juggling, pay attention. Oh, we can do a video to practice eye contact. See, it makes me uncomfortable already. Anybody else? Helps others remember you. No thanks. I already feel uncomfortable. I'm already looking away from her. I'm trying really hard to... I can't. We don't need the casual flirting. All right, romantic caring. Let's see. That's too much. I thought it was on pause. I have a very hard time with eye contact. I really do. If I look into someone's eyes, I feel like I'm staring. Oh, interesting. There's a stress component in fasting. It's bad to eat when cortisone's up in metabolic terms. I want my insulin sensitivity improved. Okay. The Kubrick stare. Okay. That's interesting. What kind of retreat would you go to? I would go to... I mean, what's a retreat? You don't do stuff? I'd go to a retreat where you do stuff. Okay, if it's something where you can do something active, like rafting. But if you can't and you have to like relax and do something not super active, like a fungus retreat. I don't even know if they have those. Do they have a fungus retreat? Fungus retreat. Wait. A human retreat that integrates fungal wisdom into building human networks. Oh no, that sounds very like woo-woo. Woo-woo. Obyung, it left your comment hidden, and I don't know if I do want to show the comment just because of how it may be interpreted. So I'm just going to let you tell me, and I can make the comment visible. But I feel like it may be taken in a very negative way. Yes, the third, woo-woo. Let's find out. The Fungus Academy. See, for me, I just want to go study a mushroom because I think that fungus, fungi, fungi, I think they're all very cool. Oh. I think I would have a hard time. I want to like go back, but I can't. I like how the guy gave the microphone. I know a guy that looks like this. I like how the guy that gave the microphone to the Amethyst Deceiver. Wait. Is that the name of the mushroom or is that his job? The Amethyst Deceiver. No, I'm assuming it's like colored purple and it deceives you into thinking it's tasty. Do you feel called to cultivate a deeper connection with your community and local ecosystem? With the Human Mycelium Retreat, we want to empower individuals just like you who feel the fungal call to make a positive impact on their human and natural ecosystem. I mean, I feel a call, but I don't know if it's fungus in nature, in origin. Feel more confident. No, we want you to have a greater sense of who you are and what you can offer the world. You have so many gifts to share. How do you know? What if I don't? Find your own potential to transform yourself and the lives of those around you. I just wanted to go looking at mushrooms. Feel more confident in growing your reach and your impact. You will notice a powerful and positive change in how you show up for yourself and others. We want you to be lit up with what you're excited to create and feel well-resourced to get out there, to connect and grow. You will leave the Human Mycelium Retreat with more clarity to your gifts, or on your gifts, and the areas for your growth, more ability to ask for and receive what you need, and a stronger sense of what matters to you, most to you, in the work you're meant to do. Now see, these all sound positive, but where's the connection to a mushroom? Do they just call it that? Not a mushroom retreat, a human retreat. What is fungal wisdom? Biomimicry using the teachings of fungi to strengthen and empower communities and community leaders. So we're just like making analogies. Look at this image though. This like purple mushroom with an eyeball on it. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's worse than pumpkin spice. I agree with you, Obyung, that they have the body language, just the way you phrased it. Because you say not necessarily a bad thing, but the way it was phrased looked very negative. You can definitely go to retreats where you can eat all kinds of mushrooms, some of which would not be traditionally considered edible. I just want to study them. Like, oh, this is the blah blah mushroom. You can find it here, and this is what it can do, and this is why it's good or bad. That's all. Lots of mushroom adaptogen powders since the stream started. Oh, interesting. They have lots of foray camping type activities where people hunt for wild edible mushrooms and have a big fry. Oh, that's interesting. Do we have any local university mycology departments? I mean, they must. They must in Korea. That's just nothing I would have thought about. Thank you. Because I wouldn't have thought about that. Let's see. Look at the Amanita Dreamer, but not right now. Why not? Oh, I'm assuming it's also mushroom shaped, if we're talking about that. A holistic lifestyle, healthy food, yoga, nature walks, sauna, swimming, and meditation. I will say saunas, those can make me feel lightheaded. That's one that does that. Okay. Make authentic connections. Become a node in the mycelial network. Why not just say, make friends? Why do we gotta phrase it this way? Do we benefit by phrasing it this way? Is it just, okay, so do they really think that mushrooms have a wisdom? Or is this just an analogy? Oh, it is moving. I'm just getting kind of weirded out by this. What I will learn, okay. Okay, so we'll learn mycology, fungal ecology, and ethnomycology, using the wisdom of fungi to create strong and reciprocal relationships within human networks, how to build community, relationships, and connection. I will say, look at this. This like, it changes blue, and then if I go to scroll to the next one and hover, that changes blue. I do like that. I think this is a good-looking website for sure. Gain wisdom and tools to share more of what matters to you in the world. Grow as a leader in the emerging mushroom movement. Guys, what is the mushroom movement? The mushroom movement. But what is it? Is it just people like mushrooms more because you can use it for different stuff? I mean, I can agree with that, but is it like a religion? I'm okay with this mushroom religion. I really like fungus. World-class fungal. Oh, do you eat fungus, Alex? Mushroom, are you talking about Trump? Not that mushroom. He's got a very... Does Trump look like a mushroom? With like the top, because his head's like orange. Does he look like a mushroom? If you have a love for mushrooms and a love for plants, and really want to know the species and don't know where to start, I think it's a good way to start and to find the root of it and just start. Do you guys think we could start if we don't know where to start? Thank you, Yasmin. See, this is what I'm worried about when I go into a live stream and I'm trying to say something. This is what I worry about. Like, I worry, do I sound like this? It reminds me of that question that was being asked, which, to be fair, the Miss America questions are difficult. You're talking to a bunch of people. You got to come up with a really good answer in like 20 seconds. So I can understand confusion, rambling, freeze, all of that. But this is something that somebody had to sit down, think about, and type out, and then turn it in. That's it. Oh yeah, let me see. It over exceeded my expectation. Is that what it says somewhere else? Fungi Academy as a team figured out this genius way of providing an education and making it friendly. I'm going to turn off my alarm because it's going to go off shortly. No, I hate these little pop-up things. All right. Because sometimes you're trying to do a thing and then this banner comes down and then you click the banner, you didn't want it to click on it. Oh, hello, Chunk. Now this is the Chunk. The Chunk has arrived. Chunk, this is the big one. If you guys saw that picture. Oh, I apologize. There he is. There's the Chunk. He's the bigs. There he is. Chunk, do you have a love for fungus? Do you have a love for fungus? Do you want to say something? No? Why do you smell like urine? Why do you always smell like urine? So that, regardless of your educational status, your educational background, you can take the course and walk away learning. Ready to start your journey of cultivation? Thanks, Rudy. Oh, right in the chin. Ugh, now I smell like urine. Oh, Crook. Did you hear him? That's what he sounds like. He's calling Mom. Yeah, he's the biggest one. He's large size chunk. He's very large. In bergs. That's what he is. He's a bergs. Yeah, 9 kilos. He's like 20 pounds. Oh, Crook, I love you. I'll be done soon, okay? Poor baby. Let's see. Wait, some of my favorite things about the course is that it's just so hands-on. You're not just sitting in a classroom. That's good. We get ourselves doing the actual procedures. What procedures? Procedure for what? That sounds like very... Okay. Chunk has learned that if he, does the cleaning on a mirror or a window, but in this case now he did it on a shiny surface, that I will give him scratches. And he's got me very well trained, don't you? Yeah, what procedure? You go out and touch a mushroom. It's stuff that maybe could confuse somebody that's new. But since you have so many people who know what they're doing and are right next to you, it definitely makes the process in learning way easier. I mean, yes, but what procedure? What are we doing? The biggest thing is the knowledge from not knowing literally anything about mushrooms and the process of cultivating them. I am ready to just go home and start cultivating. Okay, that's cool. So you can know nothing about mushrooms, take this retreat, and then be able to go home and make your own mushrooms happen. I mean, that's cool. It's just a week. That's cool. I was so impressed with how professional the curriculum is laid out, the imagery, the marketing, everything from A to Z you guys have thought of. I'm very impressed. It's not your standard hippie operation. Well, that's good too. Why does it go back? Okay. Hands-on teaching. Okay. Well, that's nice. More testimonials. Wait, what? Aren't these are testimonials from Fungi Academy students from the Effective Connection clients. He helped me start working towards a life of compound gains instead of compound losses. Thanks, Gabe. It sounds like he learned the vocabulary and just really wanted to use it. Gabe was extremely helpful to me and really pushed me to be the best version of myself. And then in bold, I feel more like my natural self in everyday life, feel more confident in myself and my abilities. Chunk. That's him doing the mirror or the window. You will feel safe to share your deepest self. Now I'm more able to face myself and know what my passion is. Who is Gabe? What's his training? It sounds like he's a really good dude. Help me learn about myself, psychologically safe space, break long-standing cycles, more confident and creative. This does sound like a religion, doesn't it? Huh. All right, it's day 10, so this isn't, a week, but I mean, it looks fun, but I don't know. What do you think? What would you, does this sound more educational or more woo-woo? What do you think? Cult leader? It could be. One of your old videos introduced a big white mushroom. You can grill it or put it in ramen. Was it the lion's mane? Maybe the lion's mane. I love it. Is Cat big or Lee tiny? We may never know. That's true. I think one of you has met me. So I think I was smaller than expected. I under-exceeded expectation. No, it does sound very wooey. Okay. Oh, we can do a vibe check. Is that with the mushrooms? Do I hold a mushroom and check my vibe? Yes, I am curious. All right, let's turn on the auto-generated closed captioning. Okay. What can we do? All right. As human beings want to connect to each other. We want to have powerful tools for maintaining connection and relationship. How we can create more community, love, connection, happiness. Only within ourselves, I'm assuming is what I meant, but also the planet. Empathy for deep listening with challenging experiences. People have the same set of tools. Build a relationship. It's invaluable. We can create a culture that is conscious and educated and powerful. But what do they mean by conscious? Is that just the hippie version of woke? Because, I mean, I would hope you're communicating with conscious people, right? Do they mean conscientious? Following one's conscience? Or do they really mean, is there some other meaning of conscious that I don't know? Or is it like the new word for woke? So we're using tools, the tools that help us with the tools, to be authentic and be connected, to create connections and conditions, true connection, accessible, actionable, powerful tools to maintain and build deep connections. So we're going to tools for connection, consciousness, and everyone, deep tools, ecology, authentic. Okay, so this to me, what this looks like and sounds like to me is a kind of self-help retreat. This doesn't look like a mushroom retreat. It looks like a self-help retreat. Limited spots of it. Oh my gosh, you guys, look at this picture. I'm gonna save this image. I'm gonna save it. Mushroom magic. That's what I'm gonna call it. That's it. Look at this. It's oh my God. That's a lot of money, you guys. I mean, is that a lot of money for a retreat? 10 spots left, y'all. Can you imagine 10 spots left? Let's assume that's how many spots there are. Gabe is making $25,000 in 10 days by having people talk to each other. Not to talk to you, and also to teach you a bit about how to make your own mushrooms at home. I'm in the wrong line of work. Yeah, get them all their haunt. Enroll now. Early bird spots will be given to the first 4 participants. What is an early bird spot? This price includes shared accommodation. Limited private accommodation is available for an extra fee. So not only, but also. So I gotta pay all this money, and I don't even get my own room to change my clothes in. And you know that there's going to be people that, because they're trying to do tools, connection, conscious experience, that they're going to be getting naked in front of you to like free the body and the mind and strip off. As I strip off my clothes, I also strip off the arbitrary binds of civilized society or whatever, you know. You're going to have those people. So you're going to have these people walking around just naked. I don't want to see that. If I wanted to see that, there's websites to go to. I don't want to see that. You know what I mean? I don't want to go pay $2,500 to sleep in a room with people that don't want to wear clothes. That's me. Now, for some people, that might sound, you know, very fun and exciting and freeing. But for me, it's like, that price better include, you know, these people keeping their clothes on. Man. Because you know that they're not using deodorant. They're using salt crystals and stuff. You know what I mean? Not washing their hair. And they're just going to be walking around with certain scents wafting everywhere openly as they sit on their bed or walk over to your bed and put one foot up on the bed frame while they're trying to talk to you. That's ugh. I'd rather go by myself in the woods with a tent and just hope not to die. That sounds more exciting. Do you know what I mean? Jeez. You got a whole bunch of people coming together in a beautiful place, sharing cool experiences. Turns out people really like that. Who'd have thought? Right. Exactly. It's people, I mean, that's the thing, is that they're talking about we're missing this human connection. And I agree with that. I would agree with that. We're missing a human connection, this idea that we're just going to get together and just experience really close social bonds. Yeah, there's definitely like a desire for that, for sure, you know, just to meet all kinds of people with all kinds of whatever, you know. But I don't know, they look like they're having too much fun. Like, it just looks really loud. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to wake up the dog with the type of laugh that I feel like some of these people are doing. I don't know. And I feel like Gabe, he's probably going to make like really bad jokes, or jokes that sound deep, and so everyone goes, ooh, yeah, I know what he means. Like, you know, that's what's going on. Let's narrate this, okay? Hey guys, wouldn't it be fun if we like closed our eyes and stuff? And then this guy's like doing his thing, right? So they're doing the thing, and Gabe's like, let's see, what is this? 5 practices of authentic relating. I know what you're thinking. You guys showed up here thinking, hey, I wanted to connect with mushrooms. Maybe some of you, probably you over there, thinking about magic mushrooms. Am I right? Yeah, he's so right. Oh, I get it. Yeah, but today we're going to be really talking about the true magic mycelium connection between ourselves. Oh, so deep. Oh my God. Like, this is what I feel is happening. So Gabe's going to tell us this. And he's doing this, you know, the set. Hey guys, I might be your teacher, but I'm also your equal. Oh, brilliant. God, I wish I had a professor like this. Tell me about it. I would have stayed in college. You know, it's going to be one of those things. So they're all chatting with each other. What is she talking about? Probably about, like, I feel like a vegan recipe, maybe. And then, I don't know what he's talking about. He's talking to the camera. He's not talking to a person. He's talking to not a camera. Okay. So they're out here. That guy's not smoking. I know that. Look at this guy. He's got a knife. That's a cool knife. They're probably all focused on other stuff, so they're probably not talking too much. Okay. Someone will make a heroin joke, and everyone will start laughing, and then somebody else will, like, look sad, and they're going to say, Sharon, would you like to share why that joke is offensive to you? And then Sharon's going to say some like really sad thing about how she overcame a heroin addiction. That's why she's here, to get clean off of heroin. And everyone's going to clap, and then they're going to cry, and then she's going to cry, and then everyone's going to cry together. And then they're going to say, see, that's the true magic of mushrooms. And then they're going to move on and teach you how to cultivate. I don't know what happened. Look at the guy in the back. Somebody said a joke. I bet it was a joke about like men. Do you know what I mean? Like, well, of course he didn't get it. He's a man. So that's the joke. The joke is he's a man. That's the joke. I don't know what's going on here. Can't think fast enough. Okay. She's telling another joke about, she's one of those people that's going to laugh, and then she's by herself. And then so she wants you to walk up to her and say, hey, what's so funny? And she's going to say, oh, I am in connection with this alien entity who communicates with me telepathically. And he's so funny. I swear. It's like he's like a freaking comedian. Can I tell you what he said? This is how I've communicated with him. First, I got in touch with a little bit of mushroom magic, and then blah, blah, blah. And so that's what she's doing. And then she's going to charge you for it later. What's happening here? We're releasing spores? Sure, that's what we're going with. It's mushroom. Mushrooms, that guy. He looks like he's the type of guy that tells you that I never cry, but he's the first one to cry. And then he's like, oh, nothing usually makes me cry. And everyone's like, oh, that's so brave of you. Good job. I don't know what they're talking about here. Probably some recipe for like mushroom ramen. And it's just really funny. Somebody made just a bad joke. I don't know what's going on here. This is like that rap time. Like we all get together. Somebody said, what's this back to this shirt say? Hip happens? I don't know what that means. Is it maybe HIP? I don't know. So this is when Gabe tells us about this time in his life when he, you know, like those youth pastors are like, you know, I used to be on drugs. I didn't know where I was going, you know, and I just thought, man, I just want to live for just like feeling good right now. I didn't care who I hurt. I didn't care where I was going to wake up the next day. I didn't care if I was going to wake up the next day. And everyone's like, oh, I know. He's saying what we're all thinking. And then I discovered this guy who taught me about mushrooms. And I thought, mushrooms? Wow, what a loser. Nerd. And everyone's like, ha, 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 ha. And then instead, he opened my eyes to a journey that I never thought was possible. And I would like to take you on that journey. And everyone goes, they get really excited, you know. That's what's going on. There you go. $2,500. Where's my super chat? That's it. I mean, this is all that's happening. You know what I mean? That's all that's happening here. I feel it. Because I have a connection to the mushrooms. So they told me that's what's happening. What's going on here? He's stretching, but he's the only one stretching. Is that his arm? Why? Okay, so they're stretching. They're both stretching, but nobody else is doing anything. And they're laughing at each other. Oh, you know what I bet this is? He made them do improv. That's what it is. All right, guys, so this is what we're going to do, okay? We're going to do a little improv, all right? I know, some of you guys, the pit of your stomach kind of dropped out from under you. Yeah, don't worry, though, okay? Remember, we're here in a safe space. We're here to build connections. And we're here to kind of build our confidence, okay? And what better way to build confidence than jumping into the deep end and doing some improv with someone that you barely even know, all right? So let's get together, come on. And so then their improv scenario is that they're at a yoga studio. That's it. And then he told me about Jesus. I mean, mushrooms. Exactly. All right, cool. So we got the improv. We got all this stuff. Let's see what you guys are saying. The price is a big barrier for the type of person you're going to meet there. Oh, yeah. But then you're going to meet a specific type of person. The rich hippie type. That's it. The rich hippie. These are like business owners for stuff like holistic soy tarot readings. Like it's used with soy ink. That's the only inclusion of the soy. But that's okay because it's safe and non-GMO because that's Frankenfood. Let's see. Leave Gabe alone. I'm sure he's a fun guy. Oh, of course. He's going to make a bunch of those. All right. Ibogan Nights is a great watch along those lines. Oh, no. I'm glad you're enjoying this, Lava Lulu. Let's see. And the cool thing with magic mushrooms, speaking from experience, can be quite therapeutic. Oh, I've heard, and I know there's a therapeutic use for both LSD and psilocybin. Absolutely. I just don't think that's what's going to happen here. I think this is for people that they're looking for something deeper, and instead they found this. You know what I mean? It's like when you're looking for true meaning in your life, and then you accidentally find religion. That's what I think is going on here. Yeah. Alex, you have to have the reindeer urine. Oh, yes. That tasty. How many times can you pass it and still get high? 6 times, was it? The twinge of cold is swaying me. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You know, there's a lot of interesting science on the fringe. But the other part, like, I feel like there's a part where science and pseudoscience, I feel like there's a part where they exist and they barely touch, you know. And there's a lot of interesting stuff that's going on the fringe of science, but it's so close to pseudoscience that I feel like there's too much overlap when you try to look stuff up. That's what I think. You know, there's some really cool stuff with mushrooms, but it's like, look at what happened. We tried to find a mushroom retreat, and then we found this, pay $2,500 for 10 days in a naked cult. You know what I mean? No, I don't think they're a naked cult. I don't want Gabe to get upset. Let's see. To me, everybody ate the same foods. One of them farted, and that's why everyone laughed. It could be. Yeah, it could be. They all have that same smell. Meditation has helped with the trips I've been on solo. It was a fascinating experience. I recommend it. Be careful with it. And that's as much as we're going to be able to talk about on that topic in Korea. That's all. Which sucks. Because, again, it's an interesting topic, I think. But we can't talk that much about it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, is there's a lot of promises, but they sneak too much woo into it. Yeah, and I'm interested in, you know, cultural stuff. Like, well, this is what, you know, a local group here, traditionally, they use this mushroom for this type of medicine because it has this kind of property. Cool. Awesome. That's great. But then to say, because mushrooms operate in conjunction with the, like, everything lets off, you know, everything is energy, and so it lets off a brain wave of similar to your delta wave, and that's why, you know, and going from there, right, that's how it fixes you. No, it's probably got some, like, healthy component in there that helps with stomach aches or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, there's the 6-day course, a mush womb retreat. Girl, is this for pregnant ladies? Please don't be for pregnant ladies. I feel like that's oh no. Please don't be for pregnant ladies. I feel like it's a vulnerable group that you shouldn't exploit. Okay, it's just for women. Okay, it's just a women thing. Oh, in the Mayan highlands of Guatemala. Look at this. Let's see. Self-care for cycles, plant and fungal education, and ceremony in the Mayan highlands of Guatemala. Do the local people consider that sacred land? You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to go here and have my pretend ceremony and find meaning in it. Great. But I'm going to do it on top of somebody else's ancestrally important land. Why? Why do that, Gabe? You know what I mean? Why do that? What's this Womben? Womben. WOMBEN. Why would you write it that way? That's creepy to me. That's very creepy to me. 'Cause I mean, for a womb, you know, you think about a womb, you think about about pregnancy, right? And so to recognize, to like take my, like a visual, or, because I wouldn't say being a woman is my identity, you know what I mean? It's just a part of my state of being. But to take that and to process it down into just like the part of reproduction, I don't know, that's just, I don't know. Anybody else feel anything about it? Yeah, why are you going here? I mean, why not just enjoy the spot where you're at? You know, where were they? Where's this at? Contact? Is there an address? Oh, they are in Guatemala. Okay, that's why. Why are they in Guatemala? Is there a reason for that? That's a very specific place to be. The yoga forest? Yeah, I'm sure that's where all the yoga happens. Okay. Interesting. Say hi to Millie. Hi, Millie. Why does Millie look like one of the, oh my gosh, the Manson family girls, right? Millie. Well, you know, if you're trying to not show that, if like you want to show you're not a cult, that's not where you want to start. So, yeah. If you get here after sunset, it's recognized to take a tuk-tuk. I wonder why it's in Guatemala. Is that where the guy lives just already? Is he just like a native Guatemalan? House of Origins Apothecary has its roots in British Columbia. Oh, and spirit science, guys. If you weren't sure about woo, it's there. What's this House of Origins? Magically minded botanicals. But see, you know, what is magic, right? Are we talking about learning about stuff that most people don't know, and that's why we're calling it magic? Or are we talking about people believing they're breaking the laws of physics? Oh, we can do this. A psychedelic course, cultivation course, fungal ecology, mycology 101. Okay. Oh, wait. Instant access for $7. I don't know. Should we do this? Hi, Jasper. I love mushrooms. My passion started more than... See, I feel like I'm like the person who... Oh, he's in the Netherlands. In my home country of the Netherlands. Okay. So what are you doing in Guatemala, Jasper? You know? I don't know. It just kind of makes you wonder, like, what's... I don't know. This is very interesting. I feel like I gotta... I don't want to give them money, but I feel like I should check these out and just tell you guys what it says. I don't know. What do you think? I think I saw Spanish moss in the video. Is it located somewhere in the south? Yeah, south, Guatemala south. My mom had a Prego t-shirt in 1987 that had a pregnant fairy saying, "I should never have sat on that toadstool." Oh my gosh. No, that's... Yeah, that's hilarious. I'm going to say they don't care about what the ancestors have to say, yeah. Which is interesting, because you think that people that talk about going on psychedelic spirit journeys tend to care about that, and that's Crook being very upset. I know, Crook, I'm upset too. It sounds like they're creating a safe space while coming off creepy. I would agree with that. And I think that, you know, there's a time and a place for a safe space, like when you go to therapy and stuff. I don't think that's a necessary... Wait, what do you mean one? I clicked on it. I didn't put it in my cart. Wait, instant access for just $7. Why is it $47? What kind of... This is a different kind of magic. Oh, yes. All right, I'm going to come back to this page. I'm going to come back to it. I'm going to put this here. I'm going to copy this. We're going to close this because I got to get ready to go meet my student. So we're going to close this out. And then we're going to come back to it like tomorrow. or 2 days from now, and just see if it's still there. So I'm gonna close this, and then you can see the sun has come, you know. Okay, so live streams. Let's check the time for the sale. Okay, I wonder. And I'll check it on a different device. I think that'll help. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, I totally got punked, right? Yeah, 47 is $7. Yeah. The countdown timers are such a scam. Get it now before it's gone. Right. And the thing where it's like 10. Did you wait. Did you notice that the thing said that we looked at the price, and it said 10 spaces available, and I made some comment about if there's only 10 spaces, then it's $25,000 that Gabe makes in 10 days. That was a retreat for November 10th to 22nd or 20th or whatever. How could there be 10 spaces available for me to buy this when it's done? Like, how up to date is this website? You know, so it just, I don't know. Weird. Anyway, guys, I hope this has been a interesting way to ring in your new year. I just know that's for some people, you know, you are a bit alone or more isolated. And so maybe if you wanted to be seeing the new year and not feel as alone, then you could join us. So I hope this has been fun. I think I'll learn more about mushrooms later. For real. On that note. All right. Have fun, guys. Yeah, I think Rats, I don't know about having a great day. I think I'm going to go meet my student and come back and take a nap. All right, guys. Thanks for joining me. Happy New Year. I hope 2023 is better than 2022 in every way possible. All right, guys. See you later. Bye-bye.